Let's go. A lot of these names are just kind of chilling, huh? Except for TRNR. Except for TRNR. Except for TRNR. Beautiful. It's actually quite a sweet run. It's a very sweet run. Ryan, let's get after it, please. Yeah, there's a lot of resistance at $1.30 for TRNR, so just be mindful. Fire jam scan it? What do you mean? Let's see. Yeah, so that $1.30 mark for this one is going to be a problem. So that's going to be your main level of resistance now. You can kind of tell too because the supply zone is thicker, right? I have a cash account, so I'm limited to the amount of trades a day. Should I wait for the IPO or just disregard it and trade normally? Or there we go. Yo, Ali. Good morning. Good morning. Archer. You see what happened? See what happened, Archer? See what happened? See what happened? Anyways, good morning, everybody. Can you tell I'm still, adapting to the stream, adapting to yapping? Yeah. VTAK, VTAK is consolidating a little bit at 74 cents. For now. Don't celebrate. I know, virus. I know. I thought about that too. I'm like, Today kind of seems like one of those days, where the news has been out, right? Like we've been waiting for all of this stuff. We've been running because of all of this stuff, and then now the stuff is out there, right? What happens now? Sell off, right? That's usually what happens. Acha. UT, no, I'm not muted. You're muted. It was me. I fixed it. I hear you. Yeah. Welcome back. I know, Shima. You can tell. I'm still waking up, Good morning, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Let us get to cooking, please. Quite a few names to look at, right? Quite a few names to look at, but we will look at them. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go. Half of the amount. No, I'm usually trade half of the amount. Okay. A break. So you want to break up those trades. So break up the trades. Have more trades, right? When you're using a cash account, you don't want to be in the position where you're sitting there and waiting for one trade, right? Don't do that, right? At this point, like no one should really have PDT unless you have a really really small account, and then maybe you're doing swings instead. But yeah, you shouldn't be dealing with PDT, right? So you want to have a cash account, and instead of you looking for that one home run trade every single day, you want to make sure you're taking more trades, especially if you have a smaller account, right? So the practice, repetition will be good for you because you're actually going to learn with a smaller amount of money rather than sitting there and waiting for one trade. Whether that's a margin account or it's a cash account, you don't want to be sitting there waiting for one trade a day, two trades a day. Virus, yeah. Alrighty. What do you advise to buy now? A Discord membership. Click the link at the bottom of the chat. Come join us. Alrighty? Yeah. Again, when you have a small account, your goal is repetition, practice, practice. Like, what am I doing? Can I do it more so I can practice more? Right? You're not a magician, right? Don't sit there and say, "Oh, I have a cash account or I have a margin account. I'm looking for one trade a day." Right? You can catch it. You might be very frustrated though if you miss out on the one stock or if you're holding the wrong stock. It just leads to bad habits. Is all I'm saying. Bad habits, ah, la 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 la. That song is for Acha and Virus. Let me pull up the S&P, guys. SPY. And then we'll get to all the stonks. Yeah, Wint. Yeah, I saw the news this morning for Wint. Yeah. So SPY this morning, we had good CPI data, right? So, um, you know, leading the market to think that the Fed should start cutting rates in September. Will the Fed do it though? That's the question. I feel like if they don't do it, I think the signs are quite obvious. I hate us because at this point the data is like, hey, this is the data. Cut the damn rates, right? Don't be a hater. Eat some popcorn. Don't be a hater. Eat some cookies. That should be a slogan, you know. Don't be a hater. Eat some cookies. Sneakers should use that, right? Don't be a hater. Eat some sneakers. Somebody wear that shirt to the Fed meeting. Don't be a hater. Cut the rates. Um, yeah, small gains add up with time. Just stay disciplined and focused. Exactly, virus, right? The reason for that too is because like that account will grow, or um, uh, but then again, no one will care. Exactly, Archer. Honestly, yeah, exactly. But yeah, so we had that, and then so the U.S. and China have been having meetings over the last few days, and they were saying that they've come to an agreement, pending China, president of China, and Trump agreeing to the final details. Yeah, so the market had a nice little pop this morning. Again, like Virus mentioned, though, right? When the news has been priced in, right, and we get the news, sometimes we can get a gap up and then a sell off, right? So don't just blindly sit there and say, "Oh, spy, 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 spy," right? Just make sure you follow the chart as usual, right? Yeah. Some of the details of the agreement, are interesting. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying, Lion. Some of the details of the agreement are a little bit interesting, but who are we? We're just here, to mess around. So, anyways, Um, let's keep pumping the markets, please. At least all I'm happy with though is that the markets came back. Yeah. Um, that's it. Anyways, that's enough politics from me today. Let's move back to the stonks. So we have two IPOs coming out today, guys. Right. So ASIC. Right. So two big IPOs. Morgan Stanley, Citigroup, TD Securities, Wells Fargo, all the big boys. Right. The one that we're excited about though is VOYG, right? So VOYG is the one that we're looking at. It's a bigger company, right? It's a space and defense company, right? We've had a lot of issues with like the yeah. So we've had some issues with the Pentagon looking for alternatives with the whole Elon drama, right? Not that it's actually gonna happen, but this one has a bit of hype, right? VOYG. So the usual time, right? Closer to lunchtime for the IPO, and then go from there. Cool. We'll see. Right. The closer we get to lunchtime, the more we should see the bids, right? And then we can kind of see what's gonna happen. But yeah, we'll be here and we'll be ready. Ready. Some of his comments last week he did. Yeah. Yeah. So TRNR is definitely looking like a standout, isn't it? Question for you guys in the chat though: what's your favorite name going into the open? What is your favorite stonk going into the open? TRNR. Yeah, VTAK. VTAK is definitely yeah, on the list, right? Up 226%. A bit of a downtrend going into the open, but that's okay, right? If we can dip closer to the closer to 67, that'd be actually nice. Spy, KZIA and Spy, yeah. Yeah, KZIA had a really nice breakout here. That was a sweet breakout, actually, right? Lots of resistance right there, right? And then we broke above 950 and boom skis to $12. $12 and yeah, 20 cents, a bit of a supply zone up there. So that was a nice pump, and it's also kind of forming a bit of a downtrend going into the open. This morning, I mean, NCNA looks good too, right? So 14 to 18 cents, and it pushed all the way to 22 cents, right? So that was a really good run in this one. So good job for you swingers on that. Yeah, Tesla is over 33333 now. Yep. Tesla always finds a way to come back, huh? Always finds a way to come back, huh? There we go. There we go. Okay, perfect. Okay, sounds good. See, this song was ready to go yesterday, but then for some reason, I'm gonna skip it though, because we have a tradition. I know you guys got excited. Let's go. Exactly, Rob. Yeah, you want to be careful. You want to be careful. So a little bit of a cup and handle forming on this one here. I'm just opening up all of my stuff here. And then we should be good to go, guys. Should be good to go. So again, the ticker symbol for the IPO, VOYG. There is another IPO. I really haven't looked into that other IPO because I think we were just focused on the one IPO, But the closer we get to actually opening, then we'll take a closer look. Yeah, Michelle, this one's just been stalling at that 120 level you mentioned. It's above the 200 at the very least. It needs to reclaim the VWAP though, right? With a bit more volume there. With a bit more volume. A bit more volume. La. Maybe I just wasn't paying attention. But what happened to Benjamin? What happened? So TRNR is definitely looking like a top play going into the open here. Preston, what's your question for VTAK? If you have a question going into the open, just you can ask. Just make sure you clarify, please. Alrighty. Its execution engine broke. Too funny. He went after this morning. He did spikes. Okay, then I just wasn't paying attention. So the markets are open, guys. Right? Just make sure you are careful this morning. Just like every other morning, right? Let the markets play those silly games because they usually do. Right? Crazy candles at the open. So again, for TRNR, you can see that we have resistance at $1.30, so it needs to break and close above that level. Alrighty, and it's the usual trend, right? We break above $1.20, $1.30, and then it's $1.50 after that, right? So $1.45, $1.50. So let's see if this thing can break out. VTAK, right? The closer we get to that 67 cents, the better on this one, right? So this one did really, really well. From last night to this morning, it did really well, right? If you missed the news on this thing last night, you missed out, right? So this is why we keep saying join us in Discord, because this one started last night, right? After hours. 30 again, like the news came out around 22 cents and then it popped to 37 and then dipped and then just kept pumping, right? And this morning it continued the pump. So for now, it's holding that demand zone, which is a good thing. It does have a bit of a downtrend, as you can see that the algo is pointing out there, so it needs to break above that. Alrighty, so we need to break above 77 basically and close above, and then start pushing back for the 86 high of the day. Alrighty, so this looks good to me for now. NAOV just doesn't have the volume yet, but it does need to break. Alrighty, so watch that 200 EMA closer to $1. KZIA, these guys had news this morning, right? It's doing the same thing every other stock is doing. It's going up and down, but it has resistance. So a whole bunch of these names we're looking at, they're all kind of sitting at resistance. The S&P is getting slapped. SPY just lost all the gains. SPY just lost all the gains, right? And this is what we meant earlier. When the specific news is been priced in, you want to be very careful with your level of excitement, because usually what happens is they scam you, right? You're like, but what happened? The trade deal is happening, guys. CPI data was good. How come we're red? That's because the market makers want to do that silly game, right? On the other hand, though, we've been selling off every morning and pumping. Every morning we've been selling off for the last 2 weeks and pumping. So maybe this is no exception here. Alrighty. VTAK is breaking above that downtrend though, so this is good. Cool. Pizza. Good morning. Hello, Marla. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. So let's see if this candle can close. It kind of seems like no, that's the same time frame. It's the 1 minute. That candle almost seems like it's on a super big time frame, doesn't it? NVTS with a bit of a pop there. A bit of a pop. Yeah, VTAK is looking good though. I think what I'd like to see here though is a retest of that downtrend to confirm that it's actually holding. Right? Confirm that it's actually holding. TRNR, again, it popped a little bit closer to that resistance at $1.30, but then failed. So if you're looking for support in this thing, the closer to $1 you get, the better. Alrighty, back to VTAK here. Again, it's really, really early, guys. So if you're not sure what to do with yourself, just don't do anything with yourself. Just sit on your hands for a little bit, right? Let the chaos kind of cool down a little bit before you move. Alrighty. Don't forget to smash a like, guys, if you haven't already. Hit that subscribe if you're new, and all the other fun things. All the other fun things we like to do. Stand on your hands. Yeah, if you're not sure what to do, the open is not the time to just guess. Alrighty. For now, our favorite name probably is VTAK. Alrighty. Like I said, we needed to come back and retest the downtrend, which is exactly what it's doing. Alrighty, just because that pop there was a little bit too aggressive. So let's see if we can stay above that downtrend line and then start to crawl. If we do, then it looks even better. Alrighty. TRNR is still not doing anything, but it's getting closer to that $1 level. KZIA is holding the view up for now, which is good, but it really needs to start breaking above that supply there. Really, really needs to get above that supply, and kind of looks like a retest of the last breakout, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Right? Maybe a little bit lower, but And AOV says, Michelle, where are you? That thing said, where are you? And there goes the pop. There goes the pop. Yeah, the only downside to playing the open sometimes is you have so many names, and you have these random pops that you can't really trust yet. Right? Can't really trust them yet. NCNA with a nice little pop there, but then backed off. So 20 cents and then back down. Right? All of these stocks do it. This is why we keep saying, hey, like if you're not sure, just kind of wait a little bit at the open. Right? If you're not sure, wait at the open. Give it a few minutes. Right? Let the markets go up and down. And then once they relax, you can go. Edible is halted up. Halted up edible. There we go. Yep. I mean, that's what I mean, right? So like again, it looks really, really exciting. You're like, oh my goodness, VTAK is gonna be amazing, right? And then all of a sudden we're back to lows of the day. So patience at the open. The good thing for VTAK though is that you have support at the bottom of the range. We kept saying 67-ish, right? Closer to this bottom here. Right. So if we can stay above that, then that's okay. Music seems a bit loud, but righty. If we can stay above that bottom for VTAK, that's a good thing. Righty. So let's see if we can here. TRNR is really not consolidating yet. It's getting closer to that 200 EMA though. Righty. So we're closer to that dollar that we wanted, right? Which is a good thing. Make sure you have a plan if you're taking that position, and make sure that you're letting it consolidate. Alrighty. Cool. Let's see if we can get a curl there. So again, all of these names that are super exciting at the open, they don't necessarily perform with no stop loss on VTAK. Okay, sounds good. What did you get in that though, Marla? What you get in that? Come on now. T. How? What's your position for NVIDIA? You're in at 51 cents. Beautiful. Right. So you have a lot more cushion to like just sit there and let it decide for you. Right. We're selling off again closer to that 200 EMA. So let's see if we can continue to stay above, and then you should be okay. NAOV is just chilling at $1.30 here, Michelle. Right, the usual range: $1.20, $1.30, and then $1.50. So let's see if the volume kicks in here on this one. It's one of those mornings though that you look all over the place, and like you could be in this one, you could be in this one, you could be in this one. There's not a standout, right? Mornings like that are so annoying, but it is, sometimes you get that. Alrighty. If we don't see one Godspeed, then there isn't one. Alrighty. So maybe I don't see anything that I like enough to want to send one. And it's like that sometimes. I like what VTAK is doing here. I wish it was doing that a little bit lower, right? But I like what it's doing here. Alrighty. So for now, this is still a standout. Still a standout. There's VTAK, guys. VTAK is like, oh, you're about to send something. Let me just pump it before you send it. Well, VTAK. Well, I mean, this is the level we wanted it to come back and retest, right? Because it had that pre-market double bottom at it, and the 200 EMA right underneath, right? So for now, though, let's see if we can reclaim that downtrend line and stay above it. Peter, good morning, Sam. Godspeed, I know. It was waiting. It's like, okay. But it's retracing, right? So it's retracing all the way back down again to the bottom of the range. So it's playing a lot of games there. Alrighty. Lots of games. We basically just went from support to resistance, from the demand zone to the supply zone, right? So we're gonna need to keep holding and reclaim that downtrend line and stay above it. TRNR is holding now $1 mark for now, which is good. KZIA, you're approaching that 980-ish support POPAL. Alrighty. So I would give it a second though for it to start curling up that line. Alrighty. So we're retesting the last break, but I would give it a second there. Alrighty. You never want to just buy a candle because it's getting to support. You want to make sure that it's actually holding that level. So let's see if we can stay about the VWAP-ish there. Cool, cool. Again, VTAK, Godspeed, it looks like it came back for you, right? It came back and said, hey, Godspeed. We came back to the bottom. Do you want me now? You don't? Okay, I'm going to leave without you. So as long as we stay above that 67, 68-ish, it looks like it's holding up well. If you're in VTAK, type yes in the chat. If you're in this one, type yes in the chat. Like it's really, really trying to hold that bottom and curl. Really, really trying. Right? So again, it's tested the level we wanted to, right? It's doing all the things we wanted to, right? And it's the top name for now, right? It just needs to cook. Just needs to cook. Yeah. Just needs to cook. Uh uh so we're playing with that 80-81 cents. We need to clear that range. We need to clear that range is what we need to do. Alrighty. So we can break out there, that'd be good. Here we go, 80 cents. Yeah, you're in at 65 cents, Kane. I like it. Well done. I like it. Can we just get a breakout on that thing though? Like, why do we just keep going back and forth here? Yeah, when we're going back and forth like that, you just want to make sure that you have somewhat of a plan. Like I know Marla doesn't have a stop loss, but make sure you have one. La, la, la. Yeah, there you go. You're in at 105 cal NAOV. Okay, well done. I know Michelle wanted that one to really cook. Marla, use a stop loss. There you go. Use a stop loss. Yeah. So you have that usual resistance scale at $1.30, right? So you need to break above that. The S&P is back to being slightly green, right? Nothing too crazy. SPY is just doing the usual, right? TRNR is still just chilling at $1, so there's not a whole lot happening there. NCNA, right? Lots and lots of resistance with this thing below 20 cents, and it's failed. Right, so we shall see. And look at that beautiful bounce for KZIA, right? So that 980-ish level we were talking about, it broke below that level, but it's $1 above it now, right? There goes $11 for this one. So that was the retest line basically, right? So retested and then boom skis. Retest and boom skis for KZIA. So if you took the gamble there, I'm sure you're loving it. Pedro, welcome to Legends. Welcome home. Welcome, Pedro. I know you've been waiting for this day. The day has arrived. Now tell me how to proceed. I know you've been waiting. So again, KZIA looks good there, and VTAK still looks good to me. VTAK just needs to break above that resistance. Alrighty. Yes. Yeah. Perfect. Now let me send you a link, Pedro. Let's go. Pedro has been waiting. Pedro, I'm going to send you a link in the chat. Alrighty, click on that link. It's going to take you straight to Discord. Once you get to Discord, it's going to say you don't have permission, right? That's because you need to go to the Getting Started channel and scroll down a little bit. There's going to be some images, some instructions you need to follow. Once you follow the instructions, Discord is going to say, oh, welcome, Pedro. It's going to unlock all the channels for you. Alrighty. At some point today, make sure you go to the Getting Started channel and watch the last video, and it's going to walk you through all the channels. For the most part, we're going to be in Stock General Legend. Alrighty. So click the link at the bottom. Now just sitting there. You got in on a long up the view out there. Okay. Yeah. Spy is just yeah. Here we go, VTAK. Come on now, you can do it. Damn, that's some solid resistance there. My goodness. Where's the volume? No, 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 no. Perfect. Of yeah, they seem to do that every morning, Dan, and then once they slap you, then they pump. It's almost a good thing to avoid, spy the first 30 minutes. Okay, Vita, can we just break above resistance now? You've done enough teasing. Vita, what's that? The future? Don't worry about the future. The future, take care of yourself. Come on. Maybe we want to come back and retest the downtrend line again, which is not exactly what I'm looking for there. TRNR, guys, again, we talked about that $1 ish level. It's holding a dollar for now, right? Needs the volume to push back up though. So again, a little bit of patience at the open, right? You don't need to be rushing in at the open. Not in any of these names. You don't need to be saying, "Oh my goodness, I want to be in," right? This is a really good example of that. Alrighty. Uh, NCNA looks like it's bouncing off the demand zone again, so that's a good thing, right? This one's showing the ability to die and then come back. Not really die, but like sell off and come back, which is good. Um, yeah. So do I have to download Discord app to get on Legend? Suspect. No, you don't have to. You can just use the web version if you want to. Like, yeah. Alrighty. You can just use the web version. No downloads necessary. KZIA is still holding the demand, the bottom of the zone. It needs to also break out. Like nothing is quite breaking out yet. Uh, Spy holding someone will wait later to take a few more trades. Virus. Okay, sounds good. I like it. Whenever virus says spy is beautiful, that's because it's making brand new lows of the day. Session highs, market open lows. Yeah. What's your position in KZIA? Let me know. What's your entry price? What you getting at? Let me know. A good time to scale out is obviously when we're tapping resistance, right? So 11:20 ish, right? Good time to scale out. Unless you have a really, really nice entry, and then you can, potentially just watch the bottom of the zone here and make sure that we stay above. Dan? Yeah. Hassan, what's your question for TSLL? Again, if you have a question, please help me out with the details. Please, pretty please. Otherwise, I'm going to be dancing. How's it looking? It's looking suspicious, Brandon. Looking suspicious. But we're still sitting above, right? The last low, which is a good thing already. So we can stay above that. That's fine. Get some higher lows and then a breakout. The volume usually comes into one of these names after the breakout, right? Like nothing is clearly breaking out right now, and everybody's just sitting and waiting, right? You have a list of like 10 names. Everybody's like, okay, which one's going to break so I can FOMO? Which one's going to break so I can FOMO, right? There you go. So we need to curl back up there and break. Yeah. Mark 950 fifths out of 1020 move stop loss up too aggressive. You made 650. Let's go, Mark. Let's go. That's more than most people make at work the entire day, Mark. You just did that in less than 30 minutes. True criminal. Let's go, Mark. Well done. You sold the rest virus? Well done. Yep, exactly. So we need to get some higher lows here. I still like that we're creating higher lows and we're above the lows of the day. So to me, I'm completely okay with that. But at some point though, it needs to start crawling back up. Otherwise, people get a little bit impatient, right? NAOV is doing the breaking outing. So Michelle was definitely right on this thing this morning, right? See, I'm telling you guys, when Michelle is focused, Oof. Ooh, when Michelle is focused in the morning, you better be focused because she will give you the gems. Right? There goes brand new highs of the day for NAOV, right? Brand new highs of the day. So that looks really good. $1.50 obviously a psychological level to pay attention to, but that's a really, really nice pop. Alrighty. VTAK still looks good to me, like I said, right? It needs the breakout though. Like it's fighting, but it needs to give us the damn breakout. So again, 80 cents, 81 cents, right? We need to break above that. Alrighty. It would have been a really good sell for KZIA at the resistance, right? Resistance, resistance, resistance. Now we're back to retesting the support again. Good thing Mark took those profits as well, right? So good jobs, everybody. Good job, good job. And then again, $1.50 is your psychological wall for NAOV. NAOV. Again, don't forget to smash a like, guys, if you haven't already. I would really, really appreciate that. Take a second, smash a like, hit that subscribe if you're new to the channel. And if you're not a member yet and you want to join us in Discord, click the link at the bottom of the chat there from Nightbots. Make sure you sign up for the legend level. Come join us already. We have the IPO coming out later today, right? Both of these IPOs are coming out later today, right? Like I said, the one that we're more so excited about is VOYG, right? It's a space company, it's a defense company, right? We'll look at the details a bit closer as the day goes on, right? They're looking for $31 because it's an overpriced IPO, right? Oversubscribed IPO. So the price range has gone from 26, 29 to 31, right? So the usual, right? We wait for later on in the day, closer to lunchtime when it's coming, and then we see the bids, right? It probably will not open at $31. So there's no point focusing on this 31. Let me know if you got a if you got into the pre-IPO for this. Alrighty. And then we'll go from there. Cool. Back to the stonks, guys. So we're still failing at the resistance here for VTAK, right? Still failing at the damn resistance, which is annoying, right? NAOV is still failing at $1.50 as well, so we need to break above that. And all some of these other names, there are random pops all over the place, but nothing really that stands out more than the ones we've looked at already. So, well, yeah, Pablo, what happened? What happened, Pablo? Uh, Pablo probably left me pictures of the beach. Oh, I knew it. Let's go, Pablo. Uh, the water looks beautiful, Pablo. Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. There we go. uh, okay, back to it looks like KZIA is still holding that support, right? So Mark might have gone back in again and ready to sell again. So that support line there, Mark, is still holding at the VWAP, right? So a bit of a bounce. The S&P is doing the usual scam that it does, right? Dip, 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 and then back to green for the day. So this is nothing new. It's like every morning now. Every morning, there's going to be a sell-off for SPY, and then there's going to be boom skis. Can we just get a pump for VTAK though? Can we just get a breakout, guys? Are we asking for too much? I don't think we are, right? I don't think we are. Any thoughts on it, daily news? What's your position in VXRT? We talked about that one quite a bit last night because that's when the news came out and it was doing really, really well, right? If you have a question, again, just let me know. I'll take a look. Marla, I hope it does. Does that count? Does that answer your question? Does that answer your question? NAOV is still testing that 150 resistance here. Yeah. So let's see if it actually breaks above this time, Michelle. Good pop, though. Good pop. I think the longer it takes for VTAK to break this resistance, hopefully the the more violent it gets. But I don't think anybody likes when it takes that long, because if something else breaks out, people tend to then sell it off and then move on to the new name, right? So yeah, the longer it takes, yeah, the more annoying it gets for this one. Yeah, you are. Studio, well done. $700. Congratulations. Beautiful. U.S. Treasury testifies before Congress. What is he going to say? EPLD. Yeah, I haven't looked at that one today yet. Okay. Yeah, there's really nothing new showing up in the scanner yet. Nothing that we haven't looked at already, so that's good. CABA announces pricing a public offering of securities. No, so that thing is not on the watch list, Azak. Not on the watch list. Here goes NAOV retesting that 150 level. 150. There's a thicker supply zone for some reason at $1.16. I bet you once we zoom out to the daily, we'll find out why it's there. But for now, I would be focused on the breaking above 150 and actually closing above it. Alrighty. VTAK is still just chilling in the middle, right? So resistance at 80, 81 cents. Support closer to 68 cents, right? So we're just playing games for now. So we need to break to the upside eventually if we wanna start pumping. Alrighty. If we want to start cooking, we need to break to the upside there. TRNR, we talked about this one earlier, around $1, and it's still just chilling at $1. So the volume hasn't been, the volume just hasn't been in there yet. There we go. Do you think VTAK is gonna get sold today? What do you mean sold? Like it's gonna sell off? Again, so my hope for VTAK is that we stay above the 200 EMA, we stay above the bottom of the zone here, right? So this would be my hope. This is the level that it has for support, right? So if we can stay above that, I'm completely okay with it. If we break above the upside, then that's when the volume is going to come in, right? People tend to not want to buy anything until it actually breaks out. It's just retail, right? The number one, cause of pain for retail is FOMO and then slap, right? So most of the time we like to just sit on our hands and wait for the breakout. So if it can break above this level, that's when the volume will actually kick in. That's when you're going to see the boom boom candles. Alrighty. Same thing for NAOV, right? So your next resistance is $1.50. So people are kind of taking profits or not wanting to FOMO. Cool. Let me see here. Downloaded Discord, set up account, but how do I access Discord? I accepted your invite to join. You're not a member, Kane, so the link doesn't you if you even if you accept the invite, it doesn't work for you. Alrighty, so you have to become a member on YouTube first if you want to join us in Discord. No, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. George says, "Thank you, Michelle. I made $350 on NAOV. Monies. See, George is one of the people selling around $1.50. Well done, George. Alrighty. So sometimes when you see these stocks, selling off, you're like, why are you selling off? Right? It's because people like to sell around these round numbers. So it still looks really good holding above the 9 EMA though. So it looks like it wants to break above $1.50. It wants to. No, nothing wrong with that at all, George. Right? You see resistance, you take gains. Right? Even if it breaks out, you made $350. Right? So if it can break out, you can always, look for a brand new position. Exactly, Virus. Exactly. Because how often do we see it stall at resistance and then we're like, see, it was a T Rex and then slap, right? Sometimes when you see the monies, you take the monies. It definitely looks like it wants to, though. But it's always safer to wait until it actually breaks above. There it goes. Testing that resistance again, 150 and 151. The question now is, will that candle actually close above the resistance, right? Because that's what matters, right? So break and actually close above. If it doesn't close above, it doesn't count, right? So we just we tap 151 and then back to 146, right? So still selling pressure in and around that range. Then VTAK obviously we still like, but my goodness, what is it doing? For a stock that ran so easily this morning, like look at this, look at this, right? Why are we stalling here? What are you doing, VTAK? Attack the resistance, attack the shorts, right? So again, the middle is not safe, right? The safest spot is if we're consolidating at the bottom or destroying the resistance, right? When we're sitting in the middle like this, it's 50-50. Who is Jaden? Jaden is you don't know who Jaden is? Oh my goodness, how do you not know who Jaden is? Jaden is this dude.
Jaden has $1 bill, 1 quarter, and 2 pennies. How much money does he have? Jaden broke.
That's Jaden. Alrighty, and there goes NAOV breaking above that resistance again. Alrighty. So like I said, we have a bit of right. The supply zone at $1.60 seems to be a bit more thicker than the previous level we just broke above. Right. But let's see if this candle actually closes above them. Jaden is broke. So don't be a Jaden, please. Yeah, Elisa? Yeah. Marhak, don't become a Jaden, please. 156, there we go. So that 150 breaking, really, really good sign, right? People start to come in, right? So you can see how long we were sitting at 154, like playing games. Look at what's happening now, right? This is retail. This is the psychology of retail, right? When a resistance level is broken, retail is like, oh, 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 okay, now let's go, right? This is retail. This is why breakouts are really, really, really important, right? That's why we kept saying, hey, VTAK needs to break that resistance. Otherwise, retest the bottom side. So again, make sure you're taking your gains on the way up or moving your stop losses up. Alrighty. So this is retail. So let's say this is an ant, right? I'm not gonna pretend to draw an ant. Let's say this creature right here is an ant, right? If you put retail in this box, retail is gonna go like this. This is us. We're gonna go like this around the box, not knowing that thinking there's no escape, right? No escape, no escape. If somehow though, right? If somehow you break out of that box, retail gets really excited, and then we go all over the place. That's retail. Yeah. Yeah. So we're testing the bottom of the range again for VTAK, right? Which, like I said, again, the middle is not safe. Alrighty. The middle is not safe, right? The safer spot is if we're retesting the bottom and holding or destroying the resistance, right? When you play in the middle like that, it's not safe. Alrighty. Yeah. Yeah. Yogi, I like it a lot. I put the conditions that Blade has agreed upon. I wait. What are the conditions, Pablo? Uh, there we go. 74 cents. Right. You see how we're bouncing off the bottom of the range. So the bottom of the range is holding. We just need to cook to the upside. Like what the hell? Cook to the upside. Right. NAOV. Keep going, please. Like the pizza. We are retail, Shima. Are we proud? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Michelle doesn't like my analogies, but no, 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 no. Okay, there we go. So a bit of a retest here. A bit of a retest in Hangout. Okay, what are the conditions? Is not allowed to consume any food or drinks for 12 hours prior to or during the entire time he's here. But why? That's the whole point of traveling, so you can eat all the food. Mm, mm, mm. Uh, no point since news was meh. It seems I haven't looked at it. Most likely because it's not performing nosotros. Yeah, I tend to look at stuff that's performing. Yeah, VTAK is really retesting the bottom of the range there, right? So that's 60, the 200 EMA, right? 68 ish. And for now, at least, we're holding the bottom of the range. But damn, does that thing need to bounce, right? So we know where the bottom of the range is. The question is, can it stay above? It hit your stop loss. Okay, now let's go, please. We took a stop loss. Um, I kind of don't like where your stop loss is at, right, Marla? Because your stop loss is in the demand zone, right? Yeah, 69.99. I think the number is cool, right? But at the same time, it's also above the support, the actual support, right? So that's the danger of you putting a stop loss there. Execution engine. The day Michelle starts spamming my execution engine in Discord is the day is the day she's gonna be in that stock and they're gonna drop an offering. uh, yeah. No, Marla, that's not the issue, right? That's not why. Your stop loss was above support, right? You cannot set your stop loss above support and then say that. Yeah, yeah. Deal? Deal. Either way, though, focus on the fact that you made monies on it, right? Did you make really nice gains on this one? Again, your stop loss was above the support, right? If you do that, you run the danger of it getting hit. There's nothing else to this, right? This is like someone setting the stop loss, like setting your stop loss above the support right there, and then it hits. You're like, see, I hate stop losses. No, your stop loss was trash. There's no two ways about it. And now we're pumping back up, right? But the entire time we kept saying, hey, the support is below this level. There's your support, right? And it's holding it. With the gain of, yeah, no, exactly, Marla, exactly. And you just have to be happy with that, right? So just have to be happy with that. HSDT with new session highs there. Yeah. A live double. Yeah. Nice little pop. Nice little pop. This candle is going to be really, really important here. This next candle, it's going to be really, really important for VTAK. No, Marlon is fine because he was happy with the gains, right? Um, Marla is fine because he was happy with the gains and he had a really nice entry. But for the most part, though, like when you're looking to set a stop loss, right, the percentage is, we've talked about this and Pablo posted this article in Discord, right? So, and the math made a lot of sense. You're usually looking for like an 8% stop loss, right? But that 8% doesn't apply though if you're looking at a stock and you're like, oh, there's support right here, right? Then there's no need for, yeah. Someone has like, I'll make the 8% better, 7% rule. uh, Anybody want to do 6%? Any takers? 96 Floyd. Yeah, the volume just never came in, right? And the good thing there is your stop loss was tight enough. Yeah, yeah. There we go. Come on now, can we get a bounce? Yogi, are you still in your position? Come on, 74. Come on, give us the pump. My goodness, guys, what is going on here? That thing has been fighting and fighting and fighting, and it just doesn't want to break to the upside. Just doesn't want to do it. And then KZIA is selling up to the 200 EMA here. So if you're still watching this thing, watch for above around 860 there. Is Sniper, is he in a long position or what? I don't really. Yeah, is he in a long position? or short position? Yeah, VTAK just keeps going back and forth here. Eventually, this thing gets annoying and people dump it if it keeps doing that. Yeah. Today's definitely been one of those days though that like the opportunities, all over the place, right? Opportunities all over the place, but not a clear standout. So today isn't one of those easy money days, not the easy money day today. And VTAX still just keeps going back and forth here. Ayo, James. Ayo. The S&P is still looking good to me, right? Again, it's doing the same rubbish it's done every day now. Look at that. We're almost back to the highs of the day, guys. Well, less than 25 cents, 25 cents away from the highs of the day, right? After dropping all the way down there to the demand zone, so it's like this every day. And hopefully it remains like this. We keep, selling off and pumping back to new highs. I don't mind. Anybody mind? We don't mind, right? You get the opportunity to play some puts, right? And if you're holding longs, you get the opportunity to make monies. Yeah, virus. You're looking for the double tops to short it, basically. Yeah. Oh, TRNR is back above $1. Floyd. Yeah, that's a little bit annoying, isn't it? Yeah, especially with your stop loss at 96 cents, because they basically just came for you. And then yeah, okay, sounds good. For VYOG, sounds good. Yeah, give it a second to consolidate. So I'd be watching for a little bit closer to, so right between $1.35 and $1.20, $1.25 is what I'd be looking for there, Bilal, for NAOV. Alrighty. So I'd be looking for a retest of this range here. So right in between this range is what I'd be looking for. Alrighty. So the VWAP, the uptrend, and then the last breakout in that area. So if we can dip and consolidate, I mean, it's slowly getting there. Right. So if we can dip and consolidate in that range, that'd be a good thing. Yeah. Yeah. Travis says, as far as VOYG, so making sure you get bits as it opens up. Is it wise to set up bids for day $5 above the listing price or below to get? So it really doesn't matter for now, Travis. All we have to do is wait for the actual bids to show up on the broker, and then we see what it looks like. Alrighty, because those bids might be so high, just like Circle was, and then at that point you're playing with fire, right? Even though Circle did really well. Floyd, have a wonderful rest of the day as well. Alrighty. That was an annoying trade for you, but have a wonderful rest of the day. Yeah, INEO is testing that 185 resistance. Yeah, so he was in a long position. Yeah, it still needs to break above that resistance. Closer to lunchtime, KW. Closer to lunchtime is when the IPO comes out. Already. I really haven't looked at the other IPO. Has anybody looked at the other one? ASIC. Yeah, it's a $17 IPO by Morgan Stanley and some of the other big banks. So I'm not sure what the company does. I wasn't paying attention to this IPO, right? So was more so focused on this one. Again, VTAK just keeps going back and forth, guys, right? That's the only saving grace here is, the dips keep getting bought out at the bottom of the range, which is a good thing. But my goodness, do we need to pop? Shish. No. Yeah. Yeah. So we're holding the 200 EMA really nicely. We're holding the demand zone. It's a triple bottom, quadruple bottom, as whatever number you want to give it, it's holding. But that thing really needs to volume. Make sure you have a really good stop loss, please, because stuff like this can be dangerous. Because if one person panics with the big position, everybody else tends to panic. Yeah. Right. So be very careful. Right? When we're constantly testing the support for a specific stock, and speaking of that, look at what's happening right now. Look at that, right? So when you're constantly testing the bottom, it's not a good thing because eventually people panic and it starts breaking below that level. Alrighty, let's see where this candle ends up closing at. See where that candle ends up closing at. Yeah, Pablo. Okay, hello. Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, the bathroom, Pablo. Oh, I see. I see. I see. Yeah, we're just kind of sitting on the view up for now, for VTAK here, right? And there goes the sell off. Yeah. So again, this is the danger when a stock is constantly testing that support, right? Is eventually people panic, right? And then it sells off, right? So that's why I'm saying again, make sure you have a really good stop loss, right? There we go. There we go. Yeah, so it's selling off there, right? I wouldn't be catching knives on this thing if it's selling off, right? Now you're happy if your stop loss hit at the top of the range, right? You're happy with that? Of course you are. Yeah. There we go. So if you're looking for a brand new position there, just let it sell off and consolidate, please. All right. That's some annoying price action, isn't it? Maybe everybody is saving the money for the IPO. Maybe that's why we're not really getting any crazy runners. Everybody's saving their monies. The S&P just made brand new highs of the day, right? Which is amazing. Again, Dan, did you close the position and stay away, or did you go back in for NQ long? I hope you went back in long, right? So, and Michelle probably bought some calls, which is so again, every day we sell off and we go right back up. One of these days we're not going to do that. But for now, that's been the theme for the last few weeks now. So, yup. You bought and sold, Michelle? Nice. Very, very nice. There goes NAOV retesting that zone we talked about, right? So that 135 to 125 zone, retesting it for now. The bottom of that candle was 130-ish. So let's see if we can stay in that range. Let me give a little something, Nosotros. uh, Yesterday was a fun day. Like yesterday we had some crazy runners. Today a little bit on the slow side, isn't it? A little bit on this. So Monday we had a almost 1,000% gainer, right? Tuesday the same thing. Wednesday I think everybody's kind of digesting. Like, you know what? Let's relax a little bit. Let's chill a little bit. Yeah, that's okay though. That's okay. Every so often we get a day like this where everything's a bit on the slow side. Uh, You're waiting for the IPO, Simona. If you're just waiting for the IPO, type yes in the chat. If you're just waiting for the IPO, type yes in the chat. uh, yeah, some of you guys are at least. Lizzie, Thomas. Yeah. I bet you a whole bunch of people are saving their cash for the IPO as well. And Spy just made brand new highs there, so looking really good. Looking good, Spy. Looking good. I like it. Unfortunately, Michelle is still not gonna get 660, but still not going to get 660. But at least there we go. Virus, what will it IPO at? That's the question, right? The company, they sold the shares for $31, but we know it's not going to open at $31 because it has a little bit of hype. So $31 is not going to be a thing. Alrighty. There goes a NAOV. Is everybody just selling everything to wait for the IPO, guys? Here goes a NAOV selling off, right? No curl yet, right? No curl yet, but we're retesting the bottom of the range. Just no curl. Nervous? No, 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 no. Because if we get there, if we get there, Michelle, that'd be a really good thing for everybody, anyways, right? It'd be a really, really good thing for everybody. And I will gladly give you $100 at 660. Gladly, with a big smile on my face. Yeah. So it looks like we retested that 125 for now, and we're back to 130. It would be nice if we could start consolidating above the view up here, but when you look at social media, everybody's almost looking for swing plays instead of trading momentum stonks. Swings. No, it's because Michelle did a bet, Virus. July 4th, if SPY wasn't at 660, she would give me $100. If it was at 660, I would give her $100. So that was the bet. Do I advise you to buy it? No, I'm not giving any financial advice. None of this is financial advice. Good for the day, Dan. Let's go. Let's go. Congratulations, Dan. Well done. Yeah, the usual price action, right? Scam at the open and then pumped back to the highs of the day. Voila. Congratulations. See, Dan hit that daily goal, guys, right? Almost. $2,300, right? Yeah. $2,300. Mohammed, can you take a look at HSDT? Yes, of course. What's your position, though? What's your question? Let me know. Let me know. Okay, we're gonna need something to show up so we can get cooking here. I think we've gave it. The market's had enough of this rubbish. We've had enough of this rubbish. It's been slow enough, right? So NAOV is holding the bottom of the range. We're back to $1.33, so that's good, right? What's going on in LA? Pizza. What's going on in LA? What's with the madness? I mean, I see all the headlines, right? Absolute chaos. But they'll figure it out. The smart people are in charge. Chicago now too. Yeah, don't worry. The people are in charge. Let's just focus on the stocks, please. Peaceful protests. There we go. 136, guys. NAOV. So we're trying to rebound back on this one here, so that's good. uh, yep. Yep. Virus, we're just the when I say we, I mean, you guys. Yeah. Just the people. Jericho, done for the day. $1,300 AV Geo cash secured puts and arm calls. Have a wonderful green, not a greedy rest of the day. Love it, Jericho. Have a wonderful rest of the day. See you soon. Love it. Jericho has been cooking. Let's go, Jericho. Look at that. Jericho is like, you know what? Let me gift out some memberships. You want a membership? Let me give you a membership. Jericho, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Congratulations if you got a free membership from Jericho. Alrighty. Congratulations. And the S&P just is tapping brand new highs again here, so that's good. That is very, very, very good. Kind of looks like VTAK is consolidating off 60 cents here, right? Consolidating off the bottom of the zone. Damn, today is really a different day to yesterday, isn't it? Very, very different. Like yesterday at this point, we were cooking, guys. Today it's like, okay, you get a 10-cent scalp over here, a 10-cent scalp over here. On the momentum side, option side, you're fine. Yeah, those memberships are different though. When you get the free membership on YouTube, you still have to upgrade the membership, and then you're good. Yeah, HSDT. Yeah, Shima. Um, Jason, have a wonderful day at work. Chat later. Alrighty, chat later. Give us 606 for SPY. I don't mind. No, 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 no. You think so? 65 to 80 cents. I mean, I'd like for that thing to reclaim the 200 EMA. If it can, then okay, cool. But everything for some reason wants to bounce a little bit and then come back down. Bounce and come back down. Let's see. Yeah. Ooh, SPY looks nice. That pre-market high was quite a lot higher though. 606.40 basically. So there's a lot of room before we think about getting there. But this is nice. Right? Again, think about it. Like we're less than $10 away from all-time highs, guys. Right? That's amazing. That is amazing, right? If you bought dips in your long-term accounts, you're very happy with this. So congratulations if you did. Alrighty, amazing. Congratulations. The puts are calling you, virus. I'm sure at some point you're gonna get some red candles at some point. Dips are for what? For buying, Josh. How's your vacation? I bet you Josh is already sitting out there for breakfast. Enjoying the views. Josh, let's go. Good to see you. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All we're missing though is a proper momentum stock right now. Something will eventually show up because it always does, right? Something will eventually show up. And if it doesn't, well, we wait for the IPO, right? VOYG. Pre-market highs virus, yeah, probably a safer spot for puts. Theodore, just a Discord membership as well. Yeah, amazing on the beach. I like it. I like it. Yeah, Josh needed that vacation. KZIA is holding the 200 EMA as well. If anybody's still watching this, righty. So holding the that 860 we mentioned earlier. The 200 NAOV is still holding the bottom of the zone as well, right? That range 135 to 125. So that's a good thing. Some of these names need volume though, right? Some of those names need volume, right? And then we can go from there. Yeah, Theodore is one of those people that shows up on YouTube and asks for financial advice. Right? Hey, what's a good stock to buy now? Theodore? Yeah, that's your first mistake. Alrighty. Do better, please. Maybe, yeah. Palantir is at 52-week highs. That thing is amazing. That stonk is amazing. uh, that's your first mistake, Rob. Exactly. What stock do I buy now? Can you give me some financial advice, please? Yeah. If you're looking for what stocks to buy, just buy a Discord membership. So you're holding EVGN and your and wins, and yeah, okay, yeah. KZIA is bouncing really nicely up to 200 there. Yeah, George, you went back in. Yeah, good job. 930 to 950 is your resistance already, but good entry there. Just stay green on that position. Stay green. Stay green. Do, 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 do. Interesting. Yeah, it's crazy where some of these positions are at now. Wow. To me, around 9 a.m. Eastern time, probably like 5 to 10 minutes after 9 a.m. But yeah, 9 a.m. Eastern. If you show up at 9 a.m. Eastern, there's usually the stream is scheduled already, and then you know when it's coming. Most of the time. Most of the time. Nui with a bit of a pop there. Penny stock. Nui. We had some fun with this one in the past. Right, so 19% there. Nothing too crazy. No catalyst on this one. I mean, 18 hours ago, they had a public offering, or they closed the public offering. Other than that, though, there's nothing else to this. Roberto, what's your position in VTAK? What's your position? What's your entry price? Do we have any questions about the IPO though, guys? Voyager. Um, most of this stuff has been posted in Discord already, right? Like we don't really need to look into like what the company does, right? So, if you want to read some of this, that's the information, right? We've already talked about this as a defense and space, company, right? If I scroll down to the bottom here, there's a lot of detail to this, right? So the company has 500 employees, right? When you're looking at a stock that IPOs at $30 ish, it's not a small company, right? So usually closer to lunchtime Luna, right? The usual. So founded in 2019. That's the address, Denver, right? If you want to go visit them, that's the company website. We might take a look at the company's website. Last 12 months, 144 million for the last 12 months. Uh, Interesting, right? Most of the time when companies IPO, it's because they need monies. Um, so those are the underwriters there, blah, 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 right? So there's really nothing else, to this, right? Nothing special. Let me pull up the company's website. Right, the website is cool. It says mission ready to take off from $31. Is that what it means? Hopefully that's what it means. Alrighty. So yup. Let me know if you have any questions about the IPO. What I'm waiting for now is to see what the bids show up at, right? And then see if I'm interested. If the bids are well above like the initial IPO price, and then you're just gonna have to wait for an open dipski and then potentially play with it. But yeah. The reason I don't really, I didn't really care to look at the website initially is because it's again, it's a $31 stock. The website is going to be good, right? The website is going to be good. So so there's really no issue here. Alrighty, Star Lab. Yeah, you can tell this is definitely a better company compared to some of the other ones we've looked at, like space companies, right? Yeah, you were, Saib. Congratulations. Good job. Good job. Yeah. So no questions at all, guys. No questions. Yeah. So again, that's the website. And yeah, I like how it says mission ready. Mission ready. Yeah. Well, they better be ready to cook because if nothing else is pumping today, we need this one to pump. Right. Someone asked how VTAK was looking. It looks okay if it stays above 60 cents. I don't like how it's below the view up and the 200 EMA, obviously, the usual, right? But if you're looking for a final line in the sand, watch for 60 cents and make sure it stays above. NAOV, again, everything is basically just dying at this point. There's really nothing that's like, okay, this is it, right? Nui, we mentioned a little bit, right? Speaking of cooking, right? So Nui is like, hey, if nothing's pumping, let me pump, right? Let me pump. So nice little pop there, actually. Yeah, people tend to move back to the penny stocks if nothing's pumping, anyways. Uh, do, 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 do. Roberto, you want to make sure you have a plan though, right? So don't get in the habit of asking people in the chat if you should be holding a position, right? So when you got into that position, what was your plan, right? And if you don't have one, come up with one now, please. Alrighty. And Nui's flying there. Yup. Anybody, Bradley? Anybody FOMO into Nui? Anybody FOMO into this? Yep. Palantir? Yeah. Bradley, you did. Congratulations. Yeah, this one's flying. Right. The only news that came out for this was that they closed an offering yesterday. Right. Okay. There we go. I'm gonna pull up. I'm gonna pull up. So Rob has been working on the algorithm, right? So Rob sent me a picture that he wanted me to tease you guys with. The picture's just uploading on my end here. So Nui really flew there. My goodness, that's amazing. Congratulations if you forward into this thing. Alrighty, so we're gonna do a class on you're trying to inverse. Yeah, you're trying to, or you're in a position. Damn. Nui said, "Let me cook, guys. Let me cook." Again, if you forward into this thing, make sure you're ready to run. Right, there isn't a proper catalyst here, so make sure you're ready to pack your bags and run. Yeah. Alrighty. Make sure you're ready to run. What's happening with VOYG? It's an IPO later today, inverse. Alrighty. It's an IPO for later today. So you can't really get into it, not quite yet. So you have to wait. There goes 41 pennies. Again, make sure you're moving your stop losses up or you're scaling out on the way up. That thing moved quick. Moved quick. This is a good thing though, because the more these stocks rally, the more, the potential for us getting other names are there, which is perfect, right? Other penny stocks. Here we go. Peter, where are you going? So this is a bit of a teaser, right, for the option criminals, right? So this is an update that's coming for the algo, right? Not sure when Rob is gonna drop the algo, the update, but this is just a teasing screenshot, right? So the update will basically be the option chain on the right hand side. How cool is that, by the way? How cool is that? Right? Like you have an algo that gives you the technicals, and then adding the option chain, like and then obviously you're gonna have the ability to turn it on and off, right? How cool is that? You're so excited, Michelle? Yeah, right? Like constant updates on the algo, constant updates, right? The ability to have again demand zones, supply zones, the kernel, the again all of the EMAs you ever need, right? So delta spikes, RSI, MACD, option up the option chain now too. Woof, woof, right? Show me a better indicator, and I'll tell you better. I'll stop eating cookies. Anyways, yeah. So more fire coming, guys. More fire, more fire. Yeah. Uh, no, nothing's confusing, right? When you again, you can turn everything on and off. You can use what you want to, and you can turn what you don't like off, right? It's like having a toolbox, right? You get to different days you need different tools for different things, right? So dang, Nui really cooked there. PCSA would be a potential sympathy play. PCSA, right? And maybe yeah. Again, keep in mind we have a class this weekend as well in the Legend Voice. We're gonna have a class this weekend, just a general Q&A. Alrighty, so if you have questions about the algo, bring them. If you have questions about trading, pre-market, technicals, anything, make sure you write those questions down and bring them over. Alrighty. So that's the link to the algo website. Alrighty. Yeah. MJ says, thanks for thinking about us. Yeah, there you go. There goes 45 cents, guys. Woo! My goodness, Nui. My goodness, Nui. Shish. SPHL with a bit of a pop there. SPHL on the scanner. If you forward into Nui, type yes in the chat. Damn. I definitely thought this thing was going to stall around the 40-cent mark. That thing said, nope. You can stall on these. Yeah. To me, what's your position? What's your current entry price? I would like for that thing to stay above 60 cents. If it doesn't, then you have a problem. Saturday. So Saturday, I'm thinking around 2 p.m. Eastern time in the Legend Voice channel already. So this Saturday, 2 p.m. Eastern time in the Legend Voice. I'll post the information again at the end of the week. So you have the exact time and place. Alrighty, there goes 49 cents. Jimbo, cooking. 49 pennies, guys, out of nowhere. Damn, there goes 50 cents. My goodness, Nui. My goodness, 51. 52 is coming. Shish. That is a nice pop. So 122%. See, we knew something like this was coming, right? Can't be this boring all day, can it? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Or is it It depends. It depends how much of a pullback we get and what it's doing on the pullback, and it's moving on vibes. Yes, it's a momentum play. Yeah. Shiva. Yeah. Exactly. 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 Yes, of course, of course. Yeah, absolutely. DDT. There goes 54 cents. Yeah, 56 cents, guys. My goodness, Nui. Eventually, a sympathy play is going to show up, right? So it's going to be PCSA or it's going to be potentially DHAI. So have those two on your watch list as well. Alrighty. Sheesh. That thing cooked. Cooked. Damn. Congratulations if you got into this one, and make sure you pay yourself on the way up. Make sure you pay yourself on the way up. Alrighty. Good morning, Troy. Hey, yo. See the greenness for Spy, Troy? Greenness. The beautiful green candles. Beautiful green candles. Let me take a look at some of these other plays that we're potentially looking at as sympathy plays. KZIA is not a sympathy play, but it's been holding that 200 EMA. George, are you still in your position? Still in there? So then DHAI, one to look at, right? So watch this one for sympathy play, alrighty? And then PCSA, SA, alrighty? Yeah, you could see that this one started moving already, right? So this is the same level we kind of mentioned yesterday, right, in Discord. So and then DHAI, right? One of them will start taking off at some point. So keep an eye on both of those. When one penny stock runs, people look for sympathy plays. The one, 28 cents, congratulations. Congratulations. Obviously, you can see that supply zone at the top here. So let's see if we can close above that supply zone. I'm going to zoom out really quickly because I just want to see where that zone is coming from. And interestingly enough, it's not quite obvious on the daily time frame, right? So, but if you the smaller you go, the more obvious that zone is going to get. That was quite a sell off, actually. This is why this thing is pumping as much as it is because it had a nasty drop, right? From $1 to 20 cents. It's a nasty drop there. So that's why it doesn't have a whole bunch of resistance. Because the last time this thing really, had resistance or support was all the way at 75 cents, right? I wouldn't be expecting it to go to that price though, already, because we have resistance on a smaller time frame, right there where the algo is pointing out, right? Supply zone. So as much as we have room on the daily, you just want to be mindful of like the supply zones on the smaller time frame as well. Righty? Oh, let's go. Yogi's off to vacation, guys. Up to Europe. $345 green today. Better than a poke in the eye. Stay green. Absolutely, Yogi. Safe travels. Enjoy. Yogi's gonna go to Vienna. All of these places. And Yogi, when are you back? How long are you gone for? How long are you gone for? Mm, yeah. Enjoy. I tried joining the Discord, but the levels I can afford are full until space is available. Mary, sounds good. No worries. June 25th? Okay. Yeah, I like it. Been holding for weeks. Held Nui from yesterday, but got out at 41. Okay, sounds good. And absolutely KB, right? Yeah, be satisfied with the smaller gains. I completely agree with that. Let me take a look though. DV. Yeah, I've seen this one spammed a little bit on social media. What am I looking at though? What's your question? What did you get in at on this one? What did you get in at? 14? Let me know. Yeah, let me go back to Nui here. Nui is retesting the 9 EMA and staying above. They halted it. KZIA? Oh, that's a nice pop. Yeah, that's a nice pop. That was a really good demand zone, and the 200 EMA though. That was really, really good. That was very, very good. I wonder if George is still in that position. George? Most likely sold. That was a good bottom though. No, 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 no. TWG with a bit of a pop there, another penny stock. Yeah, Palantir. Palantir is just a beast. uh, yeah, the China stocks, Shima. China, 27.55. And so what are you thinking with that thing? Like what's your thought process there? I just never averaged down. Ah, okay. So you got in, and then we sold up to the 200 basically at $14, and now it's coming back up. Yeah, I would definitely put a stop loss at break even. Yeah, I'd put a stop loss at break even or slightly green KB, especially since we've been to $14 already, and then just see if we can close above $30. If it closes above $30, then chances are you're probably pushing back to those highs. But yeah, for now, especially since you held that thing all the way down. I thought it was very nice that he did that. These guys are not serious. So President Trump on Elon's apology. He says, I thought it was very nice that he did that. Interesting. Yeah, the S&P hit a bit of a double top right below 605. Right below 605. Most likely break above that level at some point. You can definitely see the stalling below the supply zone for Newey, right? So can we just get a dip and get it over with? Can we get a dip ski? Is it deep ski? Let me know if you see any bids for the Voyager IPO, guys. Alrighty, so there's nothing for me yet, but if you see the bids, let me know. The last time was a bit interesting though, because I didn't see any bids until like we actually went live, so that was a bit sus. Uh, There comes SPY going back for the highs of the day, so that looks quite nice. So when you're looking at a potential sympathy play, guys, so if you're looking at one of these other plays and you're like, okay, this is going to be the potentially the next papa, right? You want to make sure that you're waiting for sell-offs to the double bottom, or you're waiting for the previous high breakouts, right? Because it's all about the momentum, right? All about the vibes. Alrighty, so you want to make sure you're waiting for breakouts, right? Or you're waiting for double bottom dip skis and curls. Cool. So as soon as VTAK broke below that, that 200 EMA from way earlier, it just became, now it's hitting brand new lows, right? This is why sometimes when you see the first warning sign, take it and move on, right? Take the warning and move on. Otherwise, you end up, holding a bag for no reason. Right? This thing gave us. We stopped talking about this a while ago. Why? Because we broke below the damn support. Right? As much as we're talking about other levels, below the VWAP and below the 200 EMA, those are pretty negative signs. Right? So VTAK again never broke out, and nobody FOMOed really into that thing without the breakout. Alrighty. Yeah, XTIA. Yeah, that one's been running and running and running. Mark, love it. Yep. KZIA is gone, guys. KZIA is gone. KZIA is gone, skis. Yeah. So now we're halted almost at the pre-market highs. So that next halt will probably test that high, the very, very highs, which is amazing. Alrighty, so congratulations again. The 200 EMA is often, a really good gamble spot, right? In this case, it's amazing because you have the demand zone there too. So the green zone is there for a reason, right? The green zones are there on the chart for a reason, potential entry areas, right? So 200 EMA, demand zone, nice little curl, and gone skis. So let's see if we can break above. So pre-market, we had a lot of resistance at 1220. So let's see if we can break above that resistance already. And then go from there. Let me take a look, Michelle. Yeah. The S&P again is testing that 605. So if we can break above that, then and here comes a sell-off for NUI, right? So NUI is a momentum stock. There isn't really a catalyst here, so you want to make sure you're paying yourself. And if you're going to go back in, make sure you wait for it to actually consolidate with a really tight stop loss, please. Right, from 20 cents to almost 60 cents is a nice pop already. So make sure you protect your monies there. Protect your monies. Let me take a look at that thing, Michelle. XGIA. This one's been running for days now. So the reason why I didn't pull it up, Michelle, is because of that. It's been cooking, right? And I think you're closer to the top than you are to the bottom. Is my concern. Is my concern. The S&P just made brand new highs here. 604.99. You're in at 186. Okay, that's a different story, Michelle. Yeah, your entry is really, really nice. Really, really, really nice. No, Rob, I know, yeah. Which is amazing. Thank you. 905. Let me zoom out really quickly on the daily time frame for SPY, guys. I just want to see, I just want to see how close we are to all-time highs. I just want to see what happened to those tariffs. But look at this. Look at that nasty drop. Woof. If you bought the dips keys, look at that. Look at that. Oh my days, that's beautiful. That is beautiful. Right? So I like it. You're gonna have a little bit of resistance as you get to 606. Like when you look at the daily, you can see that 606, and then you're looking for that 610 and then all-time highs. My messy charts, yeah. So yeah, right above 606, and then you're looking for 610 and then all-time highs. Dip buys for days. Yeah. So back to the 5 minute here. The only thing that's going to make the market sell off again is negative news. Without negative news, we just keep trending up. Right? Timmy, you still in that thing? Did you have a stop loss, Timmy? What did you do? And then KZIA still halted up. Still halted up. Still halted up. Yeah, no, Timmy, if you have a question though, let me know. To me, again, when it's breaking below levels like that, you want to be careful and not be in there anymore, right? Nui looks like it's curling back to the upside, which is actually quite nice. Yeah, actually quite nice. This stock is behaving like it has a catalyst, which it really doesn't, but which is a good thing, right? Momentum, momentums. Yeah, it looks like SBET is coming back a little bit too. ASST with a bit of a bounce there. Yeah, we keep talking about DXF, to run, but it just doesn't do it. Anyways, the other stock is unhalted, guys. We made brand new highs there for KZIA. That thing popped to $12.80 and then dipped, right? So that resistance is still at the same spot that it was at, right? Closer to $12 here, right? So right around this price. I'm just gonna drop it there. But look at that, right? So history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. Yeah, it's halted down now, right? So yeah, it's halted down ancient. So hopefully you took your monies, right? Again, the last time we were at this level, poof, that thing got slapped, and it's doing the exact same thing again now. So double tops and dipskis, right? Look at the beauty of the algo, guys, right? So the algo says, hey, there's a green zone at the bottom. You want to buy me? You like me? You don't like me? Right? Not saying that this always works, right? Because it doesn't, right? Doesn't always work. There's not an indicator that predicts, 100% of the time, right? So, but just the ability, the just to have that help at the bottom of the range and say, hey, like there's a demand zone here, I need to pay attention to this, right? And it's curling back above the 200, blah blah blah, right? And then we get to the red zone, right? You're like, okay, the red zone is here for a reason. I need to consider taking my gains, right? So a little bit of help like that goes a long way, right? Almost like suggestive, you know decision making. Yeah, so that's cool, right? So yeah, again, a double top and then slap. If you have a question, guys, I promise I'll look at anything. Just make sure you give me the details, right? I'm looking at the stock, this is my position, I'm looking for an entry, this is what I'm thinking, right? So then it helps me out a little bit. Alrighty, so I'm not just randomly looking at stocks. Please, pretty please. Yeah, Michelle, are you just gonna keep that thing, or you're gonna take some gains on it? Or XTIA? Come on, Nui, give us a breakout so the other penny stocks can follow. Where is my view app line on? What are you looking at, Pyro? What are you looking at? If you're looking at so for example, if you're looking for Nui, that would be around 43, 44 cents. You're looking at Nui. Right now it's been great, so you're chilling. Yeah, it's easy for you now because you're nice and green. There goes Nui, guys. Nui's like, yes, of course. Of course, let me pop. So now Nui is retesting the double top, right? As much as we ran to 58 cents, you can kind of see that the resistance really is closer to 55, 56. Alrighty, so we need to break above that range for Nui to keep cooking. The one says, okay, I'm out of Nui for 20K. You made 20K? Woof! $100 a share. Yeah, that's okay. You printed monies already, right? And you just took profits at a double top, basically. So, congratulations. Yeah, you're selling basically at resistance, so there's nothing wrong with that. And then you're keeping the rest, right? Yeah. So we need to break above 55, 56, which it looks like it wants to. Oof! That thing said, screw that resistance, guys. That thing said, screw your resistance. I just want to cook. Let's do it, Rob. The candle hasn't closed above, so it's technically still a double top. Technically still a double top. Alrighty. Yeah, well done. That was a good play. That was a very good play. I'm quite surprised though that some of these other names are not following yet, right? But that's why it's really important that when you look for some sympathy play, right, you're either looking for the bottom of the range or you're looking for the breakout. Alrighty? Because sometimes we, like when you're looking for sympathy plays, sometimes we have 5 different names we could be looking at. So we're looking for the one that like catches that vibe, right? And then we run there. Um, let me take a look. Actually, let me take a look. Let's see if there's anything new. So VOYG. Yeah, so I don't see anything on the list yet. So usually the expectation is closer to lunchtime. Alrighty. La, 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 la. Yeah. So according to some of the data, it's indicated to open around 30, 35 to 38. Not sure if I believe that yet though, because it's still really early on in the day. Um, yeah. Again, it really depends on the like the indicated like opening price. If it's too high, then honestly, it's like meh, and yeah. So the usual time, so anywhere from 12 p.m. Eastern. Uh, yeah, I don't see anything. I don't see anything new. So yeah, yeah. Winterfell. Let me take a look. So Nui is clearly still double topping at that resistance, right? So supply zone double tops, and then yeah, let me take a look at HSDT. Yeah, it looks like the market open balance area was $1.30 ish, 135 to 130. Um, you're welcome. Let me pull up the daily or the 4 hour really quickly here. I just want to see what it looks like. Yeah, yep. Nice run though. Nice run, but yeah, you can kind of see that your next support is closer to $1.30 ish. And then if you break below that level, I don't think you want to be in there. Alrighty, because then you're really free falling. The other thing you could look for is to break above the downtrend, right? That's usually a really good indication as well, right? Break the downtrend. If you can, then okay, maybe the volume comes into the upside. Yeah, you made it for lunch. Lunchtime. Come on, Nui. Uh, TWG. TWG. Let me take a look. TWG. TWG seems to be getting some unusual volume here. Some unusual volume of the. So maybe this is the one that's going to take over actually. Yeah. I mean, there's a double top at 19.50 20 cents there, right? So the closer we get to that, you want to be a bit more careful though. But a little bit of unusual volume here. Um, See if it actually breaks out. If that thing can break out, then there's more room to the upside. Yeah. Extension, yeah, on the right hand side there. So it says they get a second grace period for to meet compliance deadline, but it also needs to break out though, right? Because if it can, then that might be the one that benefits from the Nui hype, the Nui hype. It's trying. Come on, Troy, don't ruin it, please. This is your one dip. That's the only thing. That's the only chance you get. Uh, do, 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 do. Yeah, Circle's done a really good job holding above that $100 mark, right? Here comes 18 cents, 1840, 1850. Well, TWG 1880, right? You can definitely tell this one's getting a bit of attention. It's getting the Nui vibes. Again, that last high was 1960, so right between 19 and 20 cents. That was the issue there. I wish we saw this thing consolidating and curling off the bottom of 14 cents, but By the time I got that unusual volume alert, we were already pushing there. So, is anybody in TWG? Anybody? So we either need to break out or we need to dip ski there. So because we're sitting at the double top basically, right? So if you're really close to resistance like that, you need to let it break out or you need to let it dip ski. Shima, yeah, I could tell. I could tell. It looks good though. I like what it's doing. I like what it is doing. Spy is getting slapped. Oh damn, it is getting slapped. I wonder what the hell is going on there. Interesting. Interesting. Shiva, yeah, exactly. Exactly, exactly. Uh, there's the dipski, right? There's the dipski. Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah, yeah. Okay. It's a really interesting block there. Huh. Ooh. Okay. Don't think you saw my question earlier, so asking again. Sorry if I no, I haven't seen your question. Yeah, just seeing a question now. So the way you look for sympathy plays, the easiest way is by looking at stocks in the same sector, right? Like if we see a stock that is like a China play running, right? If a China play runs over 100% is usually when you start looking for sympathy plays, right? When a stock is running over 100%, 200%, 300%, 700%, then we start looking for stocks in that specific sector. Like, hey, maybe these are the names that are going to follow this stock as well, right? So the SPAC space, the IPO space, when an IPO runs, we go look at previous IPOs or the next IPO, right? That's usually the vibe, right? One runs, you look for the other one. Alrighty. So that's one way to look at it, right? So when a penny stock is running, we want to go look at other penny stocks because they might get attention as well, right? So then, when you do that, you now need to go look at like other stocks in that specific sector that seem to be getting a little bit of volume because that's the one people are going to. Does that make sense? Alrighty. I got it in pre-market 72. It's been trending downwards. Daily news. Okay, sure. I'll take a look. Yeah. Do you have a stop loss in your position? Do you have a stop loss in your position? level 2, but yep, exactly. Yeah, level 2 stuff, Rob. That'd be fire. Do, 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 do. Oh, yeah. There's so many potential like penny stock plays. So many. Sometimes too many, you know. Sometimes too many. Sometimes too many. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. There we go. Yeah. So sector, right? It's same, you know, same arena, right? And then volume, right? Which one are people actually going to? Yeah. Don't forget to hydrate. Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. Keep dipping, keep dipping. Mm, mm, mm. Do, 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 do. Can we get a nice liquidity candle? Can we get a nice liquidity candle? A nice slap, you know? A nice slap. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. A nice little slap would be nice. Yeah, there we go. The spread on that thing is not as nice too, is it? Not as nice, is it? Yeah, there we go. Spy dip is over. Seriously, then. Every dip is like, okay, well, you better take your money on your puts because you just got saved. Yeah, VTAK with a bit of a bounce. So we basically retesting the 200 EMA, the 200 and the VWAP. So that's going to be your next resistance, 66 cents. Terrors and panicked. Yeah, crazy then, isn't it? Crazy, 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 crazy. Yeah, so Nui never broke above that double top, right? History doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. Sometimes when you see these double tops, you take your monies. Take your monies. Uh, yeah. TWG says, well, I gave you guys, you know, like really close to that 15 cents you wanted. I gave you guys a starter, you know? Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. It's like I gave you guys a chance. Jeff, good morning. Let's go. Yeah, don't forget to smash a like, guys, if you haven't already, please. Please and thank you. Smash a like, hit that subscribe if you're new, and if you're not a member yet and you want to join us in Discord, click the link at the bottom of the chat there from Nightbot and come join us already. Um, ooh, dang! Just the starter. That's it. My goodness, Archer. My mouse is a little bit glitchy there. Yeah. Yeah, let's see what it does here. DWG. Okay, there we go. Yeah, exactly. That's what I saw as well. $38. I saw 38 to 35. So to 41 is what you're seeing, Rich. Okay. So these IPOs, they're a little bit difficult because you like them, kinda, and then they want to open well above the IPO price. It's like, okay, cool, that's nice, but above the initial price I currently indicated. Yeah, look at that, right? The IPO is indicated to open between 44 and 47. 44 and 47, guys. What are we supposed to do with that? This is like CL, circle all over again. All over again. All over again. Yeah. Nui? Yeah. Here we go, TWG. Come on now. You can do it. You can do it. When will it open? No indicated open time yet, but you can still see the bits moving. You can see the beats moving. Let me take a look at them. Pull it up again, Michelle. 20%. Yeah, that looks very nice. Michelle's just chilling in this. Just chilling. Just chilling. Yeah. Palantir, but the I know increases since 57 just keeps climbing. I know. I saw those dividends. That's the biggest dividend for Yield Max, right? Yeah. Yep. 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 That thing is impressive. Those dividends are like next level. Um. Yeah. You're fine, Michelle. You're fine. So then the other one that I was interested in was the BRCK one. Is it CK? Anyways, the Berkshire Hathaway one. But we'll see what the first dividend looks like, and then go from there. Yeah, if it's gonna open so high already, KB, I tend to like just stay away from them. I'm sure some of you guys are gonna FOMO, but yeah, yes, yes, yes. Damn, XTI is cooking, man, cooking. TWG, oof, that thing just popped. That thing just popped with not very much. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's see what it does with this candle. Yeah. Shima, VOYG. Yeah. If they're gonna open up way, way, way higher, then you have been mission, and we've looked at it. What more do you want from me? When you could have been pounding the table, don't make me fight you. Right? Could have posted it in the swing channel and in Discord. Make me fight you. No, good job, Michelle. This is good. Very, very good. Congratulations. That thing is flying now. As soon as it broke out, it said thanks, goodbye. It's some really good breakouts too, actually. Really good breakouts. uh, anyways, moving on. So it looks like KZIA never broke above that double top, but it's retesting that last break zone. So the 50 and the VWAP for anybody that's still in this one. Alrighty. Cool. And Michelle Stock, XTIA is still looking really, really good. So congratulations. Really, 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 really good. And then we're still trying to get a curl for TWG here. So needs the volume. Need the volume. There's so many potential penny stocks that are moving. NCL is another one that's popping there. So many, so many. 600 shares of what, Jeff? When do we see it? Probably closer to noon. Yeah, probably. Probably. No, it wasn't my lucky number. It's just just a number that stood out because we were looking at it the previous day on the other stock, right? On Circle. Triple eights. 88, 88. That was the hot price for Circle. That's why we kept talking about it. Yeah. So that thing looks like garbage though. So I don't know why. Below dollar, not go not interested. Yeah. It looks like VTAK had a pop there, but then came back down. KLTO. KLTO. Interesting. Why, Jeff? Why? What are you doing now? Are you buying more dividends? It looks like are you buying more divvy plays? Yeah, the vibes on Nui came and went, right? You can clearly see people rotating to the next shiny thing, which looks like XTAI. KLTO. Yeah, it's testing the 200 in a really small time from the 1 minute, so she must see if it breaks above that. XDTE. What do you mean? Like same day expiration? Same day expiration. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, that thing said, thanks, guys. Goodbye. 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 Yeah. So Jeff, yeah, my question for you though, like, is like, are you looking for the yield max ETFs on that or what? Oh, XGTE. I've never looked at that ghost. What's the dividend yield on that thing? How have they not halted this thing up yet, Michelle? How is XTI not halted up yet? Weekly dividends? Is it a yield max ETF? Yeah, I've never looked at that. Oh, there you go. It's halted up 537. It is. It is halted up. So TWG came back again, right? To that 15. So that 15 was a good spot to to look at, right? TWG, yeah. So let's see now if we can get more dip skis for more buying, or if we just bounce up this level. Either or, I don't mind. Either or, I don't mind for TWG. Righty. But XTI clearly has the momentum for now. Another China stock, ITP. ITP. There we go. TWG with another pop. The damn thing has a big spread, so that's why it's pop pushing to 17 cents, and then right back to 16 cents. Right? Crazy, crazy price action there. Crazy price action. Yeah. Michelle, you're fine. You also bought that thing at $1. You're fine. You are fine. Good job, though. Well done. ONCO announces 1 for 85 reverse stock split. Result of special meeting of okay. ONCO. Okay. Yeah, we basically just retested that last level for VTAK that we had as support earlier this morning. We just retested it for resistance. Right? In your dreams. SPY's barely breaking above 605. You know what you need now, Jeff, is for the Misty dividend to be better next month. Because that dividend was weak this month. Weak. No. There is no text on the deal, just agreement after China President Xi approves. Okay. Don't listen to Jeff, guys. He's not just a plumber. He cooks the dividends. Cooks the dividends. Jeff? You're a criminal. There we go, 1650. Can we just go TWG? Can we go now? Can we go? Either give us a dip to 13, or cook. It's not like we're asking for a lot, right? 33.41. Okay. Thank you, Winterfell. They go 1650. What do we need to do? Chant? TWG. TWG. You can cook. And then also we need the IPO, the Voyager IPO, to come out. ELPW. Crystal posted ELPW in the chat there. Is that another penny stock? Yeah. And should be on halting soon here for XTIA. $537. There goes the on halt. $560. $580. Damn. Fish. $590. Ooh, $6. My goodness, is that thing flying? And they're gonna halt it up again, huh? 605. Yep, halted. 605. Clearly the vibes for now, XTIA. Michelle, where was our swing alert? Where was our swing alert at $1.80? It's my only question. Where? Don't want to hear anything else. Nothing else. So congratulate if you're still holding XTIA, type yes in the chat. That was a really nice breakout. That's when the volume really kick in, right? So breakout, volume. Yeah, yes, yes, yes. Yeah, you bought the breakout at the bottom there, basically, Bradley. I think I remember when you got in. Yeah, yes, in the chat. Congratulations, guys. Well done. Uh, that was yesterday, Wes. This is today. That was yesterday, right? It also started today at the same damn price, Wes. Right? Off the 200 and then breakout, right? So price action another day. Yeah, yeah. The last reverse split. So you're finally green now? My goodness. Good job. Congratulations. It took you out of yeah. My thing is you could have got back in twice today though on the last two breakouts, right? There was a breakout, there was a dipski to the 200 right there. There was a breakout right there, right? You could have been in on that breakout, or you could have been in on the next breakout if you wanted to, right? So yep, exactly. But the breakouts again is what signals the momentum, right? There goes TWG guys testing 17 cents. Right? So let's see if that thing can keep pushing there. Sock monkey. It needs a bit more volume. It is what it needs there. That thing is all over the place with the way that it moves, though, right? So the 15's held to 17, but my goodness, it's all over the place. See if it actually breaks above. That's okay, Wes. That's okay. That's okay. That is a okay. That is a okay. There you go. Spy just chilling at the top there, and then obviously this one's still halted. Now, yeah, lock in your gains at some point, right? Pay yourself on the way up. So indicated opening price of 41 to 44 for the IPO of Voyager. Alrighty, so indicated in the 40s is what it looks like for now. Mm-mm-mm. Hmm. I think that's crazy price action for TWG then. Yeah. Next on halt, might as well take it to $7. Take it to $8 so Michelle can talk more rubbish with Wes. So Michelle and Wes can talk more rubbish. You know it. Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. What time is it actually? Okay. Okay, give us the on hold now. There you go. 645. 670. Woo! Is that thing flying? Make sure you pay yourself on the way up. Michelle, if you're still in this, or anybody else, make sure you take your gains on the way up. Or move your stop loss up. Yep, exactly. Every stock you run the risk of holding a bag. Uh, wait, what is that update? ASIC and Voyager. ASIC. Okay. And here comes that $7. I'm waiting for West, more West rubbish. That thing is flying. Damn, it is on fire. 740. Went $10. Went $10, Michelle. If we don't get to $10, I'm gonna trash you. Just be ready. So halted at 739. Another hold. 739. Do, 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 do. Yeah, that's the range I'm looking for. 15 to 13 basically. For scale-ins there. The one. Kind of sus how it's going up to 17 and failing. Yeah, there you go. Jimbo says, thanks, Michelle. I just saw that 720. Well done. Congratulations. Oh, Michelle, you are the best. Is that what you want to hear? Good job. Good job. Do, 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 do. Uh, 6. You know what's interesting is the reason why X actually, yeah. So the reason why this one's running is because they had that news, but it's like aerospace and defense news, which is very similar to what VOYG does, the brand new IPO that's coming. So that's going to be interesting, isn't it? Going to be very, very, very interesting. Yeah. No, so this is the range I was looking for, right? So, like I mentioned, so 15 to 13 there. Alrighty. So the dip skis, right? Supply zone and then into the demand zone at the 200. Yeah, yeah, that IPO came out. So this was the other IPO that was on the list that we just didn't look at, right? It's live. So this IPO that was priced at what was the priced IPO? I think it was $17. Yeah, so $17 was the initial price for this IPO. Right? So obviously it's well above the IPO price. 23. Yeah. Not overly interested in this one though, but not overly interested in this one. But it's holding nicely above the IPO range. Here we go. Yeah, low volume. Yeah. I think everybody was waiting for the other IPO. Yeah. Okay. Uh, so 50, yeah, so same range on that. On okay, perfect. Sounds good. Still halted. Give us the on hold. Any membership giveaways? Oh, peers? Oh, no giveaways today. No giveaways today. Okay, there we go. On halted and dipping. Alrighty. These first candles can be deceiving though. Sometimes they drop and then they recover right back, or sometimes they pop and then go the opposite way. So um, again, congratulations if you played with this, right? Michelle was spamming this all morning on stream, especially, right? This one's been mentioned in Discord a few times. So congratulations if you played with this. Ready? Congrats. Just don't FOMO and hold the bag, please. Just don't FOMO and hold the bag. Alrighty? Uh, wish I, there you go. And they're gonna halt it down. And it's halted down. Mm, okay. 622. If a stock is above all EMAs on the weekly chart, our next resistance levels run numbers. So if it's sitting at all-time highs, then yeah, technically like psychological levels, or use the fibs, Jeff. Some people use those fib retracements or extensions, right, to find the next level. But you can also just use the run psychological numbers. That's if we're sitting on all-time highs, right? If we're above all the EMAs on the weekly, but we're not at all-time highs, then there's resistance somewhere. You just have to zoom out far enough to find it. Alrighty? Yeah, just have to zoom out far enough to find it. Yeah. Hang on. Alrighty. Around $100. Why are you taking a YOLO, Ryan? Is that what you're looking for? Yeah. Maybe you can YOLO $100 into some zero DTE spy calls or something. Yeah, so we're holding that demand zone for now there. ASIC just doesn't have the volume to go. So the last price that I got for the IPO for Voyager was 40 to 44, basically. Yeah. Well, I'll make a lot, Ryan. Are you looking for spoon feeding? Okay, let me look at the IPO. Yeah, there's nothing new. Yeah, there's nothing new here. So the indicated IPO price is still in the 40s. Still in the 40s. Let's go. Give us the damn IPO already. My goodness. I wish, what I wish? I wish some of these companies would, or the exchange would give us an exact time. Sometimes they do. Sometimes, most of the time, we're guessing them. You know. You know what's cool about streaming on Twitter and YouTube's is we have the same amount of people almost watching on Twitter like as we do on YouTube's, which is interesting. Which is interesting. Uh, I'll take a look, Ryan. Okay, let's take a look. These guys have options, or it's an IPO that's coming because it's not live yet. Already, not live yet. Yeah, yeah, that's cool. So the Twitter crew, you guys are the chatty crew. The people on YouTube chats a lot more. People on Twitter just watch. People on Twitter just hang and watch. Let me troll them. Yeah, people on Twitter don't really chat. Hi Twitter crew. You guys are the crazy people on YouTube's. Yeah. So Ryan, the IPO is supposed to be at $31, but it's looking like it's gonna open in the 40s already. So then the question after that is, do we keep pumping after opening in the 40s, or do we dip and then pump? Right? So it is Jimbo. Okay. Let me send you one of these screenshots, Rob. Perfect. Sympathy play to so the catalyst really isn't a catalyst. It's more of a sympathy play to some of the other penny stocks that have had really good runs. Is an opening today. Yeah, no date listed. Keeps getting postponed. There you go. Hopefully that answers your question, Ryan. Alrighty. So the Aero IPO is not today. Yeah, when you mentioned, I thought it was just an IPO that IPO'd already. That thing definitely wasn't on the list. TWG is curling up that demand zone, right? Again, that's the range we wanted, right? 15 to 13 is the range we wanted. So let's see if we can stay above it. So if your stop loss is hitting in the range, then that's okay. But just understand that that is a support range, right? NCNA. NCNA. So I'm gonna pull up the IPO, guys. VOYG, right? This should be coming at some point. Um, I like the little article that they've done. Ready for IPO liftoff. Yeah, and this, half of this isn't wrong, right? So this is why we were excited for this IPO, right? Because the demand for space stocks is high, right? It is, right? With the whole Elon drama and everything else that's gone on, right? These guys also have that connection to Palantir. Palantir is cooking, right? There was another company that was connected to this though. Anybody remember in the chat? Right? So Palantir owns a little bit of this, right? Or vice versa, right? I need to pull up that filing again. Let's see if there's anything else on here. So yeah, there you go. So customers basically, right? So defense and space tech company, right? Palantir and NASA, Lockheed Martin, the Air Force are customers, right? So again, it's not a horrible company. We know that, right? So, but when you're IPOing well above the initial IPO price, it's yeah, the current opening range is 40 to 47, right? So that's yeah. You want a bid? Well, there's the opening range. There's your answer. There is your answer. You have to remember though, guys, that as much as we try and make predictions for IPOs, right? Spy with a nice little pop there. So there you go, Ryan. You were asking for $100 gamble, right? If you gambled into those zero DTE spy calls, You would have made money already, right? But again, as much as we try and make predictions for IPOs will forever be a gamble, right? Especially when you're opening above like the indicated price, right? It's always gonna be a gamble. So when you take that gamble, make sure you're never going all in, because if it doesn't work out, then you're in a painful situation, right? Mm, yeah. Again, all of this is stuff that we know already, right? No, 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 you're not, no, 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 no. I mean, that number isn't amazing, is it? Like revenue growth. La 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 la. When public, then doubled since then. Blah 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 blah. But yeah, then your order doesn't get filled, Travis. Yeah, if your order is underneath the opening price, it doesn't get filled. Ryan, are you a troll? You want to be a mod on day one of showing up and you're not even a member of the channel? Mm. Yeah, you can, or you can change it, or you can cancel it, right? It's completely up to you. Yeah. Alrighty. Is that totals? Perfect. 10 seconds. Oh yeah, it's on halted. That thing slapped. Michelle, what happened to $10? You promised $10. What happened? I'm kidding. Anyways, there you go. This is why you don't want to let these things halt down, because when they do, they get slapped, right? So congratulations if you took the money. Is it red dead? Probably not. Probably not dead. How hard is it though? Yeah, Mike's. How hard is it for for the exchange to give us an IPO time? Like, how difficult is that? I don't think it's that hard, is it? Like, just tell us when the IPO is coming. Uh. You are a dirty liar. Don't think it's that hard. The viewer, la 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 la. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Perfect. It's a 3 to 7 day short term stock. Sniper depends. It depends how we end the day. It depends how we close, right? If we close with some momentum, then it's a potential swing. If not, you don't want to be in there. John, that's what I mean, right? So you're almost having to like track the bits really closely, right? You're almost having to track the bits really closely and then put in a bid. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go. Yeah, if you're watching on Twitter, guys, and don't forget to hit the subscribe the follow on Twitter. Alrighty, hit the follow button. And if you ever want to come hang on YouTube as well, you can see that's where the most of the chat is. You can join us on YouTube's. Alrighty, we're just waiting for the IPO here now. Just waiting for the IPO. The X people. I don't know why I keep calling it, Twitter. X. Because of the yeah, sniper. What's your entry price on that thing though? What did you get in at? What did you get in at? Okay, so yeah, I still don't see any bits on my end for VOYG. It still shows like 0 0. Um, for calling it Twitter, no, he's fine. Okay. Yeah, the exchange still doesn't show me an IPO time, so I don't know why I keep checking it as if they're gonna do it, but they don't. Yeah. Troy, come on. These yeah, the the price action is just garbage. I think that initial price action at the morning, like in the morning, Dan, that was nice, right? Kind of an expected move, the dip and the pump, right? After that, yeah, this is rubbish. At the very least, we're green for the day. Um, at least. And honestly, if we can spend a little bit of time consolidating above 600 for SPY, that's a really good thing. So no concerns at all, right? It's just difficult when you're trying to trade it. Just burning premium on the options at this point. XTIA is still holding the kernel, so watch for support around 570-ish there. Righty, TWG is still holding the bottom of the zone, right? So again, 15 to 13 like we wanted. KLTO, nice little rebound, but it just doesn't have the volume yet. And then NAOV, same, no volume, but holding the 200 EMA. Next resistance is $1.35. Righty, VTAK. A lot of you guys have questions about this one. Again, that thing needs to get above the 200 EMA at some point if it wants to go. Alrighty, so get above the 200 EMA, and then you're looking for that 68.70 cents. Cool. And still waiting for the damn Voyager IPO. Mission ready. Take us to the moon. Come on. Again, as much as we like this IPO and we're hoping that it cooks, IPOs are always a gamble, guys. So make sure you're not, risking all of your monies in an IPO. Ready? Please. Please, please, please. Please. Alrighty. There's some IPOs, honestly, that it's quite obvious, right? When you look at Bull as an example, right, and it IPOs and it's selling off, that's a bit of an obvious one, right? If a company like Starlink was to IPO, or like SpaceX, right, stuff like that, some stuff is quite obvious, right? Not everything is though. So what's the ticker for the IPO? VOYG. West, you sometimes I wonder if you guys are members in Discord. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder if Anyways, OnlyFans. Ooh, if OnlyFans IPO'd, oh my days. Oh my days. Is there a single person in the chat that wouldn't FOMO into OnlyFans? OnlyFans, all in FOMO. SpaceX, all in FOMO. What else? What else? I mean, isn't it sad that those are really the only two we could think of? Me, I would not buy. Yeah, right, Shima. Yeah, right. What else? Uh, what else would we not get it? Would we FOMO into? Will replace AI in a few years? uh, yep, yep. I mean, hopefully we're not waiting another hour and a half just for an IPO. But we waited a damn long time for the last IPO, though, right? The Circle IPO waited a dang long time for it. What is support? So at this point, your support would be the last low that it's created. So you're looking for 57, 56. Alrighty, that would be your next bottom there. The S&P is looking sus. Mark, all in for more, all in. uh, all in. NCNA. Let me take a look. Even though KLTOs are popping a little bit, right? So there's a filing there for that thing. Interesting. I know. I was gonna message you, Ivy. Maybe not reschedule for the day, but just move the time, right? So as long as you're flexible, I'll just send me a DM, Ivy, and then as long as you're flexible, we can just alrighty. Let me take a look again here. So calendar. Okay. Yeah, 1:30. Yeah, let's see what happens with this IPO, Ivy, and then go from there. You should have stayed, Troy. Yeah. Made your daily goal. Unless he has an account. Yeah. I wonder why TradingView is giving me a $200 range for VOYG. I wonder if that's a sign. I wonder if it's a sign. What's everybody doing in the chat? Let me know. What are you guys doing? Are you guys placing bids below 50, or are you just waiting for it to on halt? Are you waiting for it to IPO? You've never felt with you never played with an IPO, Marla? Yeah, you're bidding at 44. What's everybody else doing? Are you guys placing bids as well, or you're just waiting? Lee's gonna FOMO. Stayed up too late watching our live streams. It's like the hurricane live streams, Shima. Yeah, right, Luna. You're waiting. Yeah. Again, it's whatever you do, it's going to be a gamble, right? Um, so just make sure you don't go all in, Marla. Alrighty. The safer thing to do would be to wait for it to IPO first and then kind of pay attention to the price action. There will be a pop and there will be a dip at some point, right? So if you want to be safe, if you're not sure what to do, just give it a second, right? Let it IPO, right? Give it a few candles, right? And then you make your decision based on the sell off or the breakout. That's gonna be the safer thing to do. Alrighty. So if you've never played with an IPO, probably safe to let it pop, let it dip ski, right? If you go back and look at the Circle IPO, right? When that thing came out, it opened at, so the indicated price was $31 as well, right? Around $30. Well, the damn thing opened at 60 something. Right, it opened at 60 something and then just kept running to $100, but then came back to 76 and then ran to $100 again. Right, so the opportunity will be there if you want to be patient. But if you're like, you know what, this is hot and I want to be in there, then okay, you do what you have to do, right? Some people are gonna FOMO. Some people are gonna jump in right away, right? You just have to make a decision that works for you. Just don't go all in. Alrighty, it's an IPO. uh, Run. Yep, exactly, Shima. Exactly. Exactly. TWG just keeps going back and forth at the bottom there, right? Just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. You can definitely tell, like the market's so slow, almost like everybody's waiting for this. Waiting, waiting. NCNA, yeah, yeah. It's yeah, nice pop. Just that resistance. 19 cents there. Spikes. uh, yeah, as much as we've had good names today, the market has been boring today. It's not like yesterday, right? Yesterday we had that stock, going up 700%, right? After hours was fun as well. Today has been a little bit slow. A little bit slow. Uh, I'm supposed to be. Are you available for early time? No, 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 no. Do- Mm, mm. Come on now. Slow thrust. Yeah, I just think for the most part though the news is priced in. The trade deal news is priced in, right? Um, they've made progress, right? They had 2 days of talks, and then now they're just waiting for final approval. Maybe that takes another day as well. But it's not like it's taking a week, right? Yeah, JEM with some pops there, 61%. Yeah, going for $7. VTAK just had a nice little pop there too. VTAK. So that 68 for now is your main obstacle. The view up and 68 cents. Zoom skis? Not yet. Not quite yet. Not quite yet. Uh, is that what they're calling for now? Indicated 50 to 53 now? See, this is the annoying thing. Oh, dang, look at that. Latest indication for VOYG. IPO is $59? Are you kidding me? I don't know how accurate that is, though. So the last accurate number that I see is 50 to 53, right? But then there's something else that says 59. So, sheesh. This is why I hate these IPOs sometimes is we know that it's a good IPO, right? We don't mind playing it at $31. We don't mind it, right? But then the damn dudes they want to open 100% higher than the IPO, right? So yeah, it really is doing what Circle did, right? The price just kept going up. Circle 31, 35, 40, 50, 60, and then we opened at 64. Uh Lynn, I don't understand. What? Yeah, not sure I understand your question. Let me know, please. Clarify. Misty and held from November, May, made $150 in dividends, which I reinvested in new shares, but had $146 decay. Can you really come out on these yield max ETFs? Yeah, see, that's the downside, right? Because they're almost designed to decay. That's the problem with these yield max ETFs, right? So I think the right thing to do is, you reinvest the dividend for a little bit, but then you want to start pulling the money out, right? Because that's the beauty of it. You can pull the money out and get your money back out, and then you can almost take that money out, and then whatever is left is free monies, right? So yeah, that's the downside to these yield max ETFs is the decay. Yeah, so basically you reinvest 2-3 months, right? Some people do it all the time. They just keep doing it and doing it, right? So but then yeah, so at some point you want to start pulling the money out, and like you pull the money out and you eventually have your money back, right? So whatever is left is free monies. um that's what the most successful people with these ETFs are doing, right? Like we have members in Discord that like pull out like $20,000 a month in Misty and Coney, right? So these dividends are really really nice. Those guys also have a lot of monies invested, right? Yeah, you can't see. Yeah, if your bid is below that 50, Marla, like maybe just leave it for now until we get closer to the IPO price, or the IPO actually opening, because you might get a nasty dip and then it fails and then it pops back up. So unless you're planning on canceling and moving it back up. Ready? That is crazy, actually. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good, Salin. They're calling for 59 to 62. That's ridiculous. Um, right? If that thing opens at 59 to 62, like, okay, what the hell? Right? So then, yeah, like, this is going to be another IPO that I want to get into that I'm not going to get into. Josh, yeah, those dividends are nice. Josh is on vacation collecting those dividends. I like it. If they're going to open the damn thing at, like, yeah, VOYG. But yeah, I mean, we're basically, opening up 100% higher, right? I'm really not interested in that. But you guys did it last time, and you did really well though. So I'm sure some of you guys are gonna do it again. Just yeah, I just don't want to be buying that thing 100% higher. Do, 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 do. But we'll be here. Circle was amazing. Circle was amazing. Archer, who asked you? Um, in price versus others, yeah, exactly. PCSA, yep, yeah. The GEM is looking really good actually. GEM. This one's flying now too, right? It's halted up. Gem. Gem halted up. Yeah, VTAK is retesting the top of the range as well, so that's good if you're still in there. Being higher is a good thing, I guess, based off the hype. Exactly, Jaden. Exactly. Yeah, the other one you could look into, Sammy, would be YMAX. Right, so YMAX is yeah. YMAX moves a little bit slower, and the dividend is like 80%. 54 DP is what it's showing you. Okay. Uh, uh, there you go. Thank you. Do, 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 do. Yeah, no, VTAK with a nice pop there. Yeah, most people just like YMAX and Coney because you actually get to pull out the dividends, right? And they're really nice dividends, Sammy. Right? They are really, really nice dividends. Do, 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 do. Okay, let's see. Any new updates on this? Nothing else. Nothing else yet. Let's go, Josh. Josh is really enjoying the vacation. Enjoy, Josh. Enjoy. Do, do. Okay, that's not a bad bounce actually for VTAK here. I mean, it only took forever for it to do that. We just had to sell off first. Don't be surprised at opening. Yeah, exactly. That's why this IPO had so much hype. VOYG. Hmm. Price action like this is annoying. Waiting for sounds good, Marla. Uh, yeah. You would think by now, Josh, in the 21st century that like we would have proper timing for an IPO, but we don't. There goes the on halts with Gem. Proper timing. No, 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 no. Do, do. Yep, it's okay. Though we'll be here waiting, and the Gem is halted down. You want to be all in? So almost like how when you're using moving averages, right? So like a 209, a 20, basically like the the counts of the previous two, like 200 candles, the counts of the previous nine candles, the counts of, so the decision is based on the last nine candles, right? So based on the price action of the last 200 candles, based on the price action from the last nine candles, this is what I think we do. Alrighty. Mute my Discord. Yeah, exactly, Tish. Yeah, Pyro. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. Okay. I still don't see any bids on my broker though for the bid price. Yeah, XTI really just that thing yeah, halted down again. So again, hopefully you took your gains from 740 to $5. That was a good run, really really good run, right? Good breakouts, good momentum. You just had to take your money and run. So because I couldn't watch for three. Yeah, deep. Okay. Yo yo yo. Just give us the IPO. Come on, Raven, make the phone call. You're welcome, Ghost. Yeah, Mohammed, what's your position in NAOV? What's your position? Give me the number. I'll do it. Give me the number. Do they even have a number to call? Spies testing a demand zone there. I wonder if there's anything else here. Let me take a look. See if there's anything else on this. I mean, honestly, there's nothing to look on this website. If the stock is opening up 100% higher, there's nothing that has been missed on this overview. No, 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 no. Guidance, navigation control, security block. Hmm. I wonder when it says 500 customers, like what it actually means. Hmm. This definitely isn't like one of those $5 stocks. Exactly, Marla. No position yet since I have not given the lows. Swing play, Mohammed. I'll take a look in a second. I'll take a look. Choo, choo, choo. They've done a whole bunch of acquisitions actually. Hmm. Stuff like this is cool, isn't it? Right. August 2024. I'm just trying to zoom in here. Selected by Lockheed Martin to deliver generation interceptor upper stage subsystem propulsion for Missile Defense Agency. Right. So like they have some pretty cool stuff, right? So I mean, Lockheed Martin is used them, right? February 2024, Voyager and Palantir joined forces to advance national security capabilities in commercial space. Right? Not sure what the revenue for stuff like this is, though. Um, but Starlab, they did an acquisition there, right? So they're definitely working with some of the big boys. Some of the big boys. So we're not yeah. Na, na, na. So again, definitely not a rubbish stock, right? Definitely not a rubbish stock. Chairman and CEO. I think this is the dude that was on the news. When you're looking at like an IPO from China, and you can definitely tell, like either these dudes are not from China, or they're clearly criminals, or the AI pictures. These pictures look different, right? Damn. Like look at the name. I mean, I'm not saying anything, but marketing officer. Sheesh. Anyways, 270 million in grants to the station, which will replace the ISS. Investing Talk podcast. Thank you. I know. Can you imagine having a last name like that? Sheesh. We're not the first people to make fun of her last name, but yeah, it's dumping now. Yeah, I think had its run. How you can see the fingers? No, these are real pictures. Pretty sure these are real pictures. Let me see if anything's changed with that indicated IPO price. Nope, nothing new. Nothing new. Ah, there's nothing trustworthy about any of those people. Ah, anyways, we're not judging. We're not judging. Um, they all seem to have like Dylan Taylor is the only person. I mean, Marshall Smith has a white name. Uh, yeah, and this is probably a white name. Abby's last name is a white name, but Sosa definitely. Anyways, Yeah. I have a white name. I definitely don't have a white name. Palantir and others, yeah, they definitely do have some really cool connections. The people they've worked with. So, like I said, this seems like a really really good company, right? IPOing at 100% above the IPO price though makes it a little bit difficult to FOMO, right? Some of you guys will, and then we'll see how this whole thing performs. Alrighty. Hopefully we IPO and cook. That'd be fun. Blanche, Blanche has definitely a French white name. Jeff. Yeah. Choo choo choo. For the visually impaired. No, it's okay. It's okay. I'll let the visually impaired, use their imagination. Starts with the D. Do, do, do. Yeah. My goodness, that thing is taking forever. Yeah, I think Circle came out an hour from now, so we should for sure have this IPO in the next hour, for sure, for sure, for sure. Alrighty, this is kind of screwing up with my plans though to do my one-on-ones. So it would be nice if they would hurry up. There you go. Why do you? I mean, we don't have to, right? We could always stream in. We could always, go back to Discord. Yeah. Yeah. BTM. Yeah, Wes has been nice with BTM. Nice, Wes. It would have been good though if we had something else cooking, right? So we could just focus on that thing and then come back to this IPO. I do not. I do not, Sammy. I did not get into the pre-IPO. Did anybody else get into the pre-IPO? Exact Investing Talk podcast. Yeah, exactly. Did anybody get into the pre-IPO? Some of you guys were getting, like 1 share, 2 shares. Some people got 150 shares, right, into the in the pre-IPO. But did anybody get in on this? Mm, 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 mm. Really? Oof. You asked for 100K and they gave you 15 shares. That's why it's opening. That's why it's opening up as high as it is, right? And the IPO was oversubscribed, so um, they weren't going to give you all your shares. Tomorrow, not it's not priced yet, Sammy. So yeah, it's not priced yet. So it's indicated for Thursday, but usually so tonight it should be priced and confirmed for tomorrow, and then let's see what it does, right? So, yep. CHYM chime. TWG with a nice little pop there, right? So that little buy range from 15 to 13 is holding up really well, right? So, like I said, it would be nice if something else was cooking for now, so we could, play with that and then come back to the IPO. VTAT came back to retest the 200 and the 50 EMA here, so and the VWAP, and then the S&P is bouncing up the double bottom and the demand zone. 602. 602 was a really big level for resistance, right? So we're basically just coming back to retest. Marla? Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. Dang, this thing really, really sold off, Michelle. XTI really sold off. So, good run though. Really, really good run. Any recommendations, Sammy? Some good buys in opportunities right now. What do you mean? Undervalued stocks? Uh, Not so much. I don't think there's really anything in the market that's undervalued. Or growth stocks, yeah. Growth stock wise, I don't think there's anything that's undervalued. Maybe you could look at like a HIMS, like a HIMS, stuff like that, maybe, right? But the market, we've gone from, again, if you go back 2 months ago, Nvidia was down 60%, right? Um, and so look at where we're at now, right? So the markets are rallying back to those highs. So in terms of like undervalued stocks, not so much. Everything's already had a solid rebound. Yeah. OSCR could be another one you could look at, right? Sammy, I recommended to my family and friends 2 months ago all of the stocks, right? Palantir, Nvidia, SPY, everything basically, all the ETFs, right? BTC in the 70s, IBIT, right? So I already did the recommendation 2 months ago when we crashed. Not so much now, because everything that I really, really like is not at the price that I want to buy. If I had monies to buy dipskis, if I had monies to buy stocks, I would definitely, like long term stocks, I would leave it in cash probably, or scale in, right? Scale in dollar cost average. But yeah, I mean, like, so for example, look at this, right? So look at Palantir. Palantir is a monster right now. Like, look at this. I mean, let me pull up the daily chart, right? Like, look at this rebound. Look at that, right? This dip to 64 was a blessing, right? Gone. All-time highs for Nvidia, for Palantir, right? Nvidia, same story, right? Nvidia isn't quite there to all-time highs yet, but you're sitting close to 150 resistance, right? But this dip was a blessing. Well, from 150 to 80 something dollars. Oof. Now we're back to 143, right? And whenever I get greedy, I lose my profit, Sammy. Yeah, it's usually like that, right? So yeah, it's usually like that. I just You don't see positive cash, Michelle? Yeah. Okay, I'm ready for the IPO. Come on. Yeah, there you go, Raven. Yeah, love Nvidia, love Palantir and APP. Yeah, those are some solid long-term plays, right? They're definitely not at the bottoms anymore, right? 2 months ago, yeah, less than that, yeah, right? Those were beautiful opportunities for long-term buys. Yes, some brokers don't allow you to, but most brokers will. Especially if you live in the States, you should be able to get into VOYG today. Yeah. So it depends, right, Sammy? Is it a long-term investment, or is it a swing play, or is it a same-day scalp, right? The answer to that question is different for all three, and it's a bit of a long story. Bill, welcome to the community. Welcome. You signed up for the wrong level though, Bill, so you're going to need to upgrade. Again, if you want to join us in Discord, guys, I was about to invest before the IPO, and as an investor. Oh, you did? Oh, okay. Okay. So if you want to join us in Discord, click the link at the bottom of the chat there from Nightbots. Alrighty. Sign up for the level that says Legend. Yeah, Sammy, keep joining and asking questions already. Welcome to the Twitter space. Yeah, don't forget to smash a like, guys. Smash a like if you haven't already. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. Alrighty. We have almost 900 people watching between Twitter and YouTube's, right? Almost 900 people watching. So take a second and smash a like if you haven't already. I would really appreciate that. Hit that subscribe if you're new to the channel. And if you're not a member yet and you want to join us in Discord, click the link at the bottom then and sign up for the legend level. Yep, and of course it's gonna pop now, right? VTAK, of course it is. At all-time highs, worst entry point, Sammy. Yeah, that was not a good time to be getting in, right? But now you know March is usually the worst month. You know, every year it's like the sell-off month. So when you have a lot of cash, you maybe want to wait for the chaos to happen. But if you kept everything though, it's coming back, right? So yeah, you have that double top still or your resistance still for VTAK at 80 cents, right? So same resistance here from early this morning. Sometimes the price action for some of these stocks quite frustrating, isn't it? Quite frustrating. Like why the hell did we go all the way to the abyss only to come back and fail again at resistance? Let's go, Real American. Good to see you as well. Good to see you as well. My broker isn't showing me anything yet for VOYG. Uh, I don't see anything new. Sammy, is VOYG a long-term investment? The answer is probably yes, just like the Circle IPO. But making that investment on the IPO day is not the way to go, right? Unless you're planning on scaling in, like unless again, and as a long-term investment, you want to make sure you do the research, right? You don't want to be asking somebody else for a long-term investment. You want to do the research and find things you like about the company, right? And if you need help, then ask. But and if it really is going to be a long-term investment for you, then you need to scale in slowly, right? Especially on the IPO day, right? Because part of the reason why this thing is going to open in the 50s or the 60s is because of hype, right? Hype is not an indication of a good long-term investment. Um, maybe a little bit of Palantir or 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 Nvidia. Those stocks are driven by hype, but they also back it with the money they make, right? CRCL Circle. This is the IPO from last week, right? This thing clearly isn't like this thing has been a gem. So that $100 level, Michelle, has been holding up really, really well, really, really well. Uh, is there another way to pay outside of YouTube's? Yeah. Send me an email, hotratesx@gmail, with like what you're planning on doing. Already, Kane? Send me an email, hotratesx@gmail. Cool. Send me an email. To get out of no. I need to look into that. Maybe it's a good thing though that Circle is having a green day today, right? A good thing. It's a good thing. You invested in Circle 7 years ago. How did you get in so early, Bill? 7 years ago? Damn. How'd you get in so early? Uh, so if we can clear that 81, 82, then you're looking for $1, Jamie. Yeah, it always is. Like, so previous candle high is always a reference, right? So yeah, I mean, you could, you have the market open around 81, 82, then your pre-market high is 86, right? Above those two levels, you're looking for $1. That's okay then. That's okay. That is a okay. Uh, will get cheaper to buy them, Pedro. Are you good to go in Discord, Pedro? Are you connected? Through a platform. Should I say the name, Bill? Um, I mean, you can if you want to, right? You can if you want to. You don't have to. I don't think most people have the patience, to wait for 7 years, right? For an IPO for a company to mature and eventually pay them nicely. So, same place you bought C series of Voyager. That's very cool. So when you do that though, like, is there a restriction on the IPO? Like, is there a legend on the stock? Like, do you have to wait a specific amount of time before you can sell after the IPO? Sammy says, "What's the hardest lesson you've learned along the way that nobody has warned you about?" That's a complex question because there's so many different lessons. So many different lessons. Um, yeah, so many different lessons, right? So discipline, discipline, the emotions, right? Um, yeah, so many other things. Yeah, Raven. I looked at that one earlier because it fits the theme of a potential play. I still don't see any bits there. Yeah, there's so many different things, right? Pyro, yeah, Pyro says using stop losses, but the shares we purchased in Voyager in the IPO we are selling today. Okay, okay. 180-day lockup bill. Yeah. Okay. Mm, 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 mm. The next big rise. Okay, Voyager, stop slacking. So Voyager is now saying the indicated price, guys, is 62 to 66. Right? Yeah, six in the 60s now. PCSA is finally pushing there. Let me take a look. PCSA. There goes 39 cents. Slow and steady on this one. Slow and steady. Slow and steady. Jay, what's your position in HSDT? This is almost like a same thing as Circle. Circle like just kept moving up. and then eventually opened in the 60s and then ran to $100, right? So yeah, same. No, you definitely will not get filled at $31 unless you got in at the pre-IPO, or unless you're Bill. Bill, so yeah, if you want to join us in Discord, which you should, Bill, come join us. Just upgrade to the legend level. What are my thoughts? Same thoughts, DP. The buy zone is between 13 and 15, right? And as long as it stays above that level, I'm okay with it. Yeah. Michael's usually just spamming rubbish in the chat too. VTAK is now VTAK is testing the top of the range again, right? It just had to do this. It just had to be annoying. It just had to be annoying is all. So 82, 81, 82, and then 86, and then $1. Next three levels. You're still waiting for $24 a share on Circle? Yeah. You're gonna be waiting for a long time. Gonna be waiting for a long time. Waiting a long time. Sammy, thank you for the follow. Andy, thank you for the follow. So again, if you're watching on Twitter, guys, don't forget to hit the follow button. And if you have any questions, just ask in the chat or send me a DM on Twitter. Alrighty. Dan's not nice. Dan's a troll bully. The S&P is still holding that demand zone there. Off the 200, 602. If you're still planning on Jay, I'll take a look. Yeah. If you're still planning on just FOMOing into the IPO VOYG, type yes in the chat. Regardless of the price, if you're still planning on FOMOing, type yes in the chat. So you're in Jay. You're in at you said $1.40. You got in at $1.40, so you're kind of break even in that position. Yeah. I mean, if I were you, I almost would want to put that stop loss at break even and hope we stay above. Alrighty, so you had that double top, which I think you were in already, right? So you just didn't close the position at the double top because it wasn't enough of a gain, right? So, but just keep in mind though that your actual support is closer to $1.35, which we mentioned earlier, right? So 135 to 130, right? So the bottom of the zone there, that's your actual support. So when you see something like this, you're kind of sitting in the middle here. So you want it to stay above this little level that it's creating here, because if it doesn't, then it opens up room to the downside, right? So you want it to stay above this, this little spot here is like 130, 143. So you kind of want it to stay above, right? So make sure you have a tight stop loss. Either way, you should be okay. Rita is like, yeah, I'm planning on FOMOing regardless of price, right? KB says yes. Emma says yes. Oh, hell yes, right? Chan says yes. Andy says F yes. Lee says yes. Gmail says yeah. Bailey says yeah. Misty says yeah. Thomas. So you guys are saying, like, regardless of the indicated price, you're planning on FOMOing, right? Sheesh. Okay. I mean, again, Circle did this, and we opened in the 60s from 30, and we ran to $100. So maybe, right? I'm gonna stay away because I think 100% above the indicated IPO price is a bit, but this doesn't mean that it's not gonna run. No, life is too short to not FOMO, especially if you're only going in with a smaller amount of money. Like, that's completely okay. What does FOMO mean? FOMO means fear of missing out. So you're jumping in basically, right? Because you don't want to miss out. Fear of missing out, FOMO. Yeah, exactly, Sammy. Circle opened at 60 something, right? It was supposed to be 31 as well. Exact same story. And then Circle ran to $100. So it might do the same thing. Just make sure you're not going all in. Just in case we dip. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Um, doo-doo-doo-doo. Oh, your options. April 4th. You're still holding 12 of them, Dan? Sheesh. You paid 10 and they're worth 44 now? My goodness. Yeah, in the next 30 minutes or so, Clint. In the next 30 minutes or so. Because that's when Circle came out. Yeah, Luke, for sure. For sure. For sure, for sure. We are ready. We are ready. Yeah. No, VTAK is definitely testing this resistance here, right? So I'm gonna delete these circles and lines so we can put proper lines on here. So that initial level we struggled with this morning was 81, right? So 81 was his first level, and then the pre-market high, right, was that 86. Alrighty, so those are the two levels you're kind of playing with for now on on VTAC, yeah. Alrighty, so these two levels here, and then once you clear that level, you're looking for that pre-market high at 86. Alrighty, so those are your levels there. Difficult to catch the 60s, Jack? No, I agree. I agree. Yeah, I agree. The S&P is popping back up there again, so that's cool. That is cool. Yeah, I yeah, CLSK, Clean Spark. I'll take a look in a second. I will take a look. Are you in CLSK investing? CLSK was such a gem the last crypto run. You know, they just did too many offerings, and the market kind of punished them for it. I mean, they all did. All those crypto miners did. Nothing yet on my end. Do. Okay. Let's see. Do. 2020. Yep. Okay. Oh yeah, Clean Spark. Let's take a look. CLSK. You can definitely tell like this, these crypto miners haven't had the same like runs. Like look at this is the last time crypto had that run, right? We were looking at these and putting circles, and the run was beautiful. Like look at that, right? From $5, Josh was spamming this thing every day in Discord, right? We had a lot of fun with this one. Had a really good run, right? This was the initial breakout, right? 550, and then it just cooked, right? All the way to $24, right? This run though, yeah, yep. So you're now sitting at the 200 EMA here. Again, I'm not sure what your question is. The name, um, Investing Talk podcast, right? Not sure what your position is. I think what you'd like to see here, if you're not in a position though, is a break above 1035. If you can break above 1035, your next resistance is that last pivot at the top, that 1110 ish. Alrighty. So those are your next two levels. That we need to break above 1035 though, ish. 1035 is your next resistance. If we can break above that, then you're looking for the 11s. And obviously, if Bitcoin is breaking those, above the 110s and the previous highs, then the volume will definitely kick in. Poodle, it's possible. It's possible, especially since it's opening up 100% above the IPO price. It's very possible that we open and dip, right? You're welcome investing. It's very possible, very possible that we open and dip, right? So the last IPO did not do that though, so we hope that this one doesn't do it. But again, IPOs will forever be a gamble, especially when they're opening up well above the. So Bill, are you? So Bill is in the pre IPO. I think Bill, trades with the firm or somebody. Are you guys planning on selling immediately? Bill, let me know. Help us out. Help us out. Yeah. Yeah, IPOs are usually based on more of like company fundamentals and hype, right? You know, and the kind of the sentiment in the market, which kind of fits into the hype as well, right? You look at the company, you say, okay, is this a good company? Okay, cool. Like, what's the hype around this, right? Like, what's the market like? Is the market good for IPOs, right? What sector is it in, right? So hype, fundamentals, less about technicals, right? So that hype really drives the stock up, but you don't really know when the hype leaves and the stock drops before the technicals come in, right? So it's always a bit of a gamble. Probably, Michelle. Probably. See, there's always somebody. Always somebody. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Every few minutes. Now that we are close to the yeah, Matthew, for sure. Again, it hasn't changed yet. The current indication is that it's going to open between 62 and 66. Uh, that's still what it's showing. So 62 to 66 for VOYG. So nothing's really changed there. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. So maybe we have something like that. Request overall. Do, 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 do. Yep, exactly. Yeah, exactly, Rob. Yeah. Yep. I think that would be the hope. This is behaving exactly like the Circle IPO, and it's being brought forward by almost the same people, like Morgan Stanley, right? So the hope would be that it opens at 69 and goes to $100. That'd be nice, and then dip to 76 and then back to 100. That'd be nice, right? Yeah, chance. That's the smart thing to do. The smart thing to do would be to wait for it to IPO and hope that we dip a little bit so you can catch that dip, right? But you might not get the dip. Is the downside. You might not get the dip. Just like on Circle, the dip never happened, right? It ran to $100 and then came back to 76 and then ran back to $100, right? And today's Circle is still at what? Circle is still above $100, right? This was the last big IPO we played with, right? It's at $118 now. So y'all, around when does it happen? Immediately. If it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen immediately. Alrighty, or it's gonna give you a nice pop and then dip. So this I can't really give you a time. It's like me looking into a crystal ball trying to tell you what's gonna happen, right? Can't really do that. Can't really do that. Do, 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 do. I know, Jaden. They're taking the sweet time is what they're doing. Even the TradingView guy is like, what are you guys doing? Look at the little no data guy, right? It's like, hey guys, I'm waiting. Oh, we're open, guys. 69, we're open, we're open, we're open. So it looks like we're dipping a little bit, but it's fluctuating back and forth here though. It's fluctuating back and forth. We're open, guys. We are open. Yeah, the volume is a little bit sus, isn't it? Right, but we're definitely open. Let's see. Oh, fluctuating back and forth here. This is the difficult thing, you know. Like this is why it's so difficult. Is like we're opening like so much higher than the indicated indicated price for the IPO. It just makes it so difficult to just But let's see, let's see. Hot City, Hot City. Do, 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 do. So we're just kind of chilling here at. There we go, $70, guys. Woo! Okay, 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 okay. Are we gonna follow the script? Let's see. This one seems a bit slower, doesn't it? Seems a little bit on the slower side. Type yes in the chat if you FOMOed already. 72. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay, okay. 73, guys. Woo! Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Just make sure you manage the position to the best of your ability, though, please. You got in at 69. Yeah, 69. Yeah. A lot of you guys got in 68, Michelle. Yeah, 67. Yep, yep, yep. 67. A lot of you guys got in at 67. So some of you said you were going to FOMO immediately, right? And you did, right? And you're green in your position. So there you go. Let me zoom in a bit more here. Officially live. So come on. Yeah, for now I think we're just kind of looking at this as like price discovery. Price discovery. Make sure you have a plan for your position though, please. Alrighty. So high of 74 almost, and then back down. I like when we have that initial pop and then the sell off, because then the top of the range, lets me know where the breakout is going to be at, right? So now I know if we break above 74, everybody's going to be hyped. You're not feeling it, Rita? That's okay, right? So the bottom of the range is 65.50. So that's the bottom for now, right? And then the high is 74 basically. So now at least we have a bit of a range, right? So if we can break above 74, then that's when the excitement kicks in. Since we need to focus on oh yeah, perfect. Yeah. We're stuck in that range, huh? Right? But it's not looking bad, is it? Especially if you got in the 60s. Still playing with 70 here. Oh, no, 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 no. You got in at 69 UT? Okay. Yeah, most of you are in below 70, which is nice, right? So if we can find a way to stay above that 65, the bottom of the range there, that's a really good thing. If we can break above 74, then a bit more hype kicks in because people like to FOMO. But for now, we're sitting in the middle here, closer to the top. 65.39 to 73.90 basically. Marla. 72. Come on, you can break 74. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. If you took your gains already, type yes in the chat. Pyro, yeah. Yep. I'd like to see a breakout above that 74 first. I think a breakout would potentially confirm that it wants to go, right? So you did already. So GMO took the gains already. A took the monies already, right? Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, there's nothing wrong with selling too early, right? Nothing wrong with that at all. It is expensive. Stop loss in the green. I like it. Yeah, we're clearly still trying to decide what we want to do here. Investing 68 to 72 out. Yeah. I think if you FOMOed immediately, right? Immediately, you probably got the 60s, right? And then what you're noticing here now is we're struggling in the 70s, right? So you're like, okay, let me take my money, right? So I think that's what a lot of people are doing, right? They wanted to probably see this thing, open, get them in, and then pop immediately, right? So now they're selling in the 70s, right? But we're still like in the same range, so we'll see what happens here. Bill, congratulations, by the way. Good job. Good job to the people that took the gains, right? And if you're still in there, then let's hope we can break out to the upside. You're afraid to get in, MCK? That's okay. That is okay. Dang, that thing is just stuck in the middle, isn't it? Eva, it's not live yet, so let's see. We'll talk about it tomorrow. That's the IPO for tomorrow, right? And that performance will be based on what happens with this one today. So if this one cooks, everybody's going to be excited for that one tomorrow. So still a lot to happen, before we look at the IPO for tomorrow. Crazy. Fear is good. Fear is good for the boomskis. You're waiting for the 50s? Yeah. I know people that are still waiting, for $24 and the 30s for Circle, and Raven is gonna buy 10 cents Pyro. You're gonna be waiting a long time, right? Look at that. $71. Come on, you can do something. You can do something. So we're clearly still, in the middle of the range here. So we break below 65, we have a problem, right? We break above 74, the hype kicks in. So we're just sitting in the middle as everybody is waiting to see what's going to happen. Dang, that thing just really likes $70, doesn't it? Really likes $70. Really likes $70. Good job. Yeah, good exit there. 69, Rala. I know you saved all that cash for this, and we're kind of sitting here just waiting. Come on. You can do it. Don't be a disappointing IPO, please. Alrighty. If not, we might as well just have 1,000% gainer tomorrow, right? If the IPO doesn't perform, So yeah, for now, again, VOYG, we'll see. It's still just sitting in the middle. Price discovery. There you go. Yeah. It really just likes the $70 level. I think that's why some people took profits in the 70s, right? I think people were expecting this to open and pop immediately, but then it stalled a bit, so they took the gains, right? Just like a T-Rex. Time for me to go jogging. Sounds good, Luna. Enjoy your jog. Enjoy your jog. When Luna leaves, guys, just watch. We're gonna break 74. I'm kidding. Who am I? Two. Come on, 69.90. There we go, back to 70. Yeah, see, guys, see. I'm kidding. Yeah, the longer we stay here, though, the more annoying it gets, right? Again, remember, retail loves the vibes, loves the hypes, right? So we need to get cooking at some point here soon. Otherwise, people start selling, right? We need a breakout. We need the breakout. Voyager, take us on a Voyager. Voyage. Let's go, please. We don't have time. We don't have all day here. Uh, do. Fly me to the moon. Dang, we're gonna sit here at $70 for like the entire day, huh? I mean, at least the good thing is that we didn't crash, right? But damn. Simona is praying. Simona, it's only gonna break out when you become a member, so you're kind of holding us back. Yeah, we need the breakout, guys. We need the breakout, right? I bet you there's so many people sitting on their hands right now, right? Sitting on their hands waiting for the breakout. So I like that it's holding around 70. I like that it's holding above the initial IPO price, right? Or the low candle, the candle bottom, closer to 60, 65. But again, we like the breakout. We like the FOMO, right? So it needs that breakout. The T-Rex, yep. Yeah, I think again for now, it's still in the same range, so that's okay, right? So um as long as it doesn't break down, then that's okay. Yeah, ASIC, CM, yeah, that one has less volume, so not as nice of an IPO, but we'll see. Come on, give us something. Give us something. You think so, Sammy? Yeah, we'll take a look. We'll take a look tomorrow. We'll talk about it a bit more tonight and then tomorrow. The S&P is still creeping back up, right? The usual price action: scam down and then recover. Scam down and recovery. Circle still looks okay there. TWG is still, sleeping in the same range. And then back to the IPO. VTAK again, same resistance, double top, right? So until that thing is breaking above that 81, it's not quite ready for more. It might be an after hour thing. It's scaring you, Michelle? Yeah. We need to curl here like now. Like now. The longer we take at a resistance level, the more scared people, like Michelle saying like this is scaring me. That's how everybody feels, right? Whenever a stock is sitting sitting in the same level for too long, that's how everybody feels. They're like, oh, what's happening? And then come on, let's go. Unbelievable. Yeah. Na, 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 na. This is the danger though, like when something opens so high, right? Uh, mm. Okay, sounds good. Spy is popping. Yeah, spy looks good. Looks good. Are we just gonna chill here, guys? This has to be the most anticipated, boring IPO we've played with so far. So boring. My goodness. Do, do. Yep. I mean, somebody really likes the number 69, you know? Flatliner. And the longer it sits there, the more people sell it, right? Because they're not feeling confident. So that's the annoying part. You can see it slowly T-Rex, like slowly curling down, right? Like someone's about to slap it to the abyss, right? But again, as long as we stay above that initial bottom, there should be okay. If we break below, then cause for panic. But now, it's not really doing anything that would make me, panic or get excited. Yeah, it's edge probably. Actually, well, maybe not so much because technically this stock is up over 100%, right? Because the IPO is 31. It's not doing anything, period, Michelle. My goodness. This is why people sold at 72, right? Because you could see that thing stalling initially at 72, right? 1 minute, 2 minutes, 4, 5, right? People start selling it because it's not breaking out. So if we can go back up and break out, that'd be good. 69 from 70, 67, Lee. Yeah. Right? Yeah. I pooped. I pooped out. Yeah. That imaginary run, Dan, from 30 to 60, it got tired from that, Come on, we Simona, you're holding us back, This is you holding us back, by the way. Yeah, Sammy, exactly. It's like do something the do something memes. That's exactly what's happening. That is exactly what is happening. The uh, the only issue is you can't really discount it yet, right? Because it's not breaking down and it's not breaking out. So then you have to keep watching it to see what it actually does. You know, you were scared. Don't be scared. Let's go, Mark. Yeah. Don't be scared. You'll be okay. 68. I mean, you're even for now, Romeo. So put a stop loss somewhere and you should be okay. I'm not scared anymore. Yeah, don't be scared. Come up with a plan instead. Yeah, you could definitely see the T-Rex, the lack of excitement, right? Now we're slowly selling up to the bottom of the range instead, 65-ish. Yep. Again, this is the downside to an IPO opening up like well above the indicated price. Right? If you're like, hey, we want to IPO at $30 and you IPO at 60 something, well, okay, that's high, very high, right? So, and like I said, the longer you stall at a specific level, the more people start to panic a little bit. They're like, what's happening, guys? What's happening? What's happening? I want to sell, right? Let's see if we create a double bottom. Where? Because we just hit $65 there, right? We just made brand new lows. So we'll keep watching it for a second and see what happens. See if we can consolidate somewhere. Alrighty. See if we can close candles above 65 at least. Because Circle really isn't doing anything. We like Circle, Daniel, but it's not doing anything, right? And the opportunity was at $100, right? Your entry spot for Circle was closer to $100. Now it's sitting closer to resistance than it is to support, right? So let's see if this one can stay above $65 here. Kind of not looking like it wants to. Here it comes up. Oof, they just slapped it. My goodness, 64. Yup. Yup. There we go. Oh, that's funny. Yeah. What a bust. For now, yeah. For now, let's give it a let's give it a few more minutes here. Let's give it 30 more minutes, guys. Alrighty, and then we'll hop off and go back to Discord. Gio, handshake, everybody. Handshake. Yeah, CHNR with the pop there. CHNR. Alrighty, deal. So let's give it 30 more minutes. Let's see if it consolidates. PCSA, we mentioned this one yesterday, right? As a sympathy play to the other penny stock, and it's been slowly creeping up. Nothing crazy, but on the right track, right? So we're gonna keep an eye on that, as you know, with TWG as well. So see what happens there. But yeah, 30 more minutes, and then we'll hop off and go back to Discord so I can do some one-on-ones. Alrighty. We're getting closer to 1,000 people watching on YouTube's and Twitter. So again, if you haven't smashed a like, take a second, guys, and smash a like, please, and thank you. Alrighty. Hit that subscribe if you're new to the channel. And if you're not a member yet and you want to join us in Discord, click the link at the bottom of the chat there from Nightbot. And sign up for the legend level and come join us in Discord. We'll continue all of this in Discord. Alrighty. So if you want to join us, come join us. And we will continue the party. It's X. I keep calling it Twitter. X. I mean, we called it Twitter for so long, that it's stuck. It's stuck. XXX. Let's go, Emma. So we're trying to bounce back a little bit. This thing just hasn't had the volume, right? Just hasn't had it. Just not enough volume here. You know what we need? We need a good IPO that is closer to $10, $20, so we can pump it to $60. Not an IPO that's supposed to be at $30 and then opens it, closer to 70. Again, what I like about this though, or the IPO, and this is how we used to play IPOs in the past, right? So what we used to do is we would wait for that initial spike, right, and then we would wait for this level, like this initial high. We would wait for that, and then we would FOMO if it broke above that level, right? That's my go-to IPO strategy. That doesn't always happen though, right? But that's my IPO strategy, is like let that initial run happen, right, and then wait for the second wave, because that's really when the FOMO kicks in. Alrighty, so again, this 74 level is going to be really, really, really important, because I think that's when a lot of people are going to get excited. Alrighty, for now it looks okay still. When I say it looks okay, everybody rolls their eyes. But yeah, like I said, let's give it 25 more minutes, right? See what the price action is like in the next 25 minutes, and then if nothing happens, we go back to Discord. Exactly, it would have been a really good IPO, right? We were excited for this IPO since over the weekend we were talking about this IPO, right? It's coming after the Circle IPO that did really well. It's coming after all of the space stocks are basically doing really well. They have partnerships with Palantir. Palantir is hitting all-time highs. Lockheed Martin, right? Like everything was good, right? Except for the damn price. Except for the damn price. They doubled the price on us. It's doing something, Godspeed. Doing something. And VTAK is still below that 81. So still below. PCSA needs to break above 40 cents. Above 40 cents. Is it a technical analysis term? No, it's not. It is not. More of a social expression. Not anything else. And then eventually, like this, like I said earlier, this is not a stock that I would look at for now as an investment, right? As time goes on, right? As time goes on and it consolidates and we have more news and blah, 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 then we can start to look at this and say, okay, right? They're growing in revenue, the company, like stuff, fundamental stuff, right? For now, this was more just also like an IPO hype play, right? Scalpy, right? More than anything else. Circle was a bit of a different animal, so Circle was a different animal. It's trying to. Yeah, there you go. Rocket Labs, ASTS, and yeah, there you go. So this kind of fit the theme for you. Yeah. Either we dip some more and consolidate, or we break out. Right. For now, meh. Right. All that excitement for. If you scalped it initially, though, like if you were willing to FOMO immediately and then sell when we were stalling, you did well. Right. No greed involved. Right. Just quick gains. Right. Again, especially when you buy at the bottom here and then you notice that it's stalling, right? We don't want to see that stalling, right? We don't want to see that. So it gave you enough time to maybe take some profits or set a stop loss. The earth is flat. Oh my goodness, Troy made a meme, guys. Oh my goodness, Troy made a meme. I'm gonna pull up the meme for you guys on stream. He made a meme. Look at this. So Abby is the marketing right, marketing director, somebody like that. Yeah, that's Abby. This is the team, right? Dylan Taylor is the CEO. Uh, Abby Abby is the chief marketing officer. Memes are already flying, guys. Flying. Yeah. Come join us in Discord, props. Come join us already before we hop off. Alrighty, so again, if you want to join us in Discord, click the link at the bottom of the chat there from Nightbot and sign up for the level that says Legend. Ready? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's go. Welcome to the family. Damn. Ah. Yeah, we're just making brand new lows, right? So there's nothing to see here. Yeah. There's nothing to see, right? This is why, to me, the excitement is always the break above the high, because I know people are going to FOMO, right? When we're breaking below the bottom, you want to be very careful, right? Be very, very careful. Hopefully, after hours, I stretch, right? As long as you have a stop loss and it stays in that range, right? Some people made money. Some people made a lot of money on this. The ones who bought at the opening auction or subscribed to the IPO, it's a big, club, and you ate in it. No, absolutely, absolutely. If you FOMOed immediately, you made some nice money on that pop to 72, right? And if you sold, beautiful. Nothing wrong with that at all, right? So now the question is, where do we sell up to and consolidate, right? Do we drop to 50 or do we break above 74? That's going to be the question, right? So at this point, we're basically waiting for the curl, right? Consolidation curl for a gamble play or wait for the breakout. That's it, right? Because I'm sure there's going to be some opportunities here at some point. At some point. Testing 60, guys. 60. Yeah. Sammy, no. No. Like I said, that thing was too high for me, right? Yeah, we were excited, but when you open it like 100% higher than what it was supposed to open at, I'm kind of not interested. And if I am, I want to see the break of the initial high, right? So we just hit 59.23. If it drops to 31, yeah, yeah. And at the end of the day, though, like this company might be worth $60, but not on the IPO day. Right? So as time goes on, potentially, but they are. Yeah. PK. If it dips to 31, yeah, definitely not going to be happening today, right? Maple leaf a window. Interesting. Troy, I did not know that if you were shining a light through the Canadian dollar, the monies. $65. Sounds good. Yeah, we were just making brand new lows, right? Like there's nothing to see until it consolidates and you get some higher lows and some of the moving averages show up, right? There's nothing to see there. The only unfortunate part about today is, like we didn't have like everything really wasn't cooking today because everybody was waiting for this IPO, right? And then we get here and it's a bit disappointing unless you made the initial entry or the pre-IPO. Uh, Completely agree, Jack. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Luna. It's been a while since I looked at Luna. Yeah, I think it's been doing a good job of consolidating. We had a good time with this one too initially, right? And then it came back down and consolidated at $6, and then now we're back to yeah, done well. A break above $13 for a name like Luna would be would be nice, right? So LUNR. So good bottom closer to the six, right? 650, good bottom there. But then you need to break above this last 2 week high here. So if we can break above that, then that'd be good. Noodling. With with Mullen. I mean, judging by like, look at how we're just making brand new lows in every candle, right? So until that changes, there's really nothing there. Yeah. This stock was definitely hanging out with some stocks it wasn't supposed to be hanging out with. Mullen and AMC for sure. We have about another 15 minutes, guys, and then we'll hop off and continue on Discord already. Let's see. Ivy, what time is your next appointment or your appointment? Let me know. And also, Lynn, are you okay to move an hour? Let me know. Let me know. The flavor time tomorrow. Yeah, yeah, that's the one we highlighted at the bottom here, right? So that's the next IPO. Time. Same big boys, right? Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Barclays. This one almost has a bit, quite a few more brokers involved in bringing it live, right? It's a bit of a bigger IPO though, right? So 32 million shares. Not that those shares are available to trade at, initially, but and then 24 to 26. I mean, that's the same thing that happened with the other IPO though, and then they moved it up to 31 and then opened at 60. So it's all about waiting for them to be priced and then blah blah blah, and then we show up and it's 100% higher, and then it's disappointing, right? So we'll talk about it a lot more tomorrow, Chime, right? And we're still hitting brand new lows here. Yeah. Says this means less hype on the next IPO, which could be better for it. Yeah, Sammy. Yeah, for sure. There goes 55. So, like I said, the break below 65 was the problem, right? Once you break below that initial low, you have a problem because now we're $10 higher, lower, right? So this is why, to me, like I like looking at the opening range. Uh, should have a similar valuation. Exactly, Jack. Exactly. Yep. You are Bilal. Yeah. Tomorrow is another day, right? We'll try and make the monies back. We'll try and make the monies back. 3:30. Today's Wednesday. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's see. So there it goes, right? So like there's no signs of consolidation here, and it's just hitting lows on lows and lows. So you can't even look at this and say, oh, I want to buy at this price, right? You basically just have to let it sell off. And then let's see what happens close to $50, right? $50 might be a nice little spot there if it consolidates. But for now, weakness. Weakness. So two. Yeah, that candle is about to make brand new lows. 69 cents. With Fidelity, you can do the in the IPO, yeah, at the initial IPO price, yeah. Hassan, not bad at all, right? Green is green. Green is green. So your initial support is 65 cents. Um, Godspeed. So 65 cents is your initial support, right? Not bad there. But if that level doesn't hold, then you're looking for 56. Yeah. Yeah. Mm, okay. I'm just trying to schedule. I'll move my move my one and ones. There goes brand new lows, right? Yeah. So again, like I said, this used to be my favorite way of playing IPOs, like back in the day. It's been a little bit different recently because some of these IPOs just cook, right? But that used to be my way of playing IPOs. All I would do is I would watch the first few candles, right? That initial price action, right? Then I would put a resistance line at the top and at the bottom, right? If we broke below the bottom, I knew this thing was dead, right? You know what's interesting, guys, is look at the bottom there. Look at the bottom right there from that first candle, and then look at the breakdown and look at the retest right there, right? That's a clear message that I wanted to sell off. The message is clear, right? We broke below the support. We came back to retest the support, and then it failed to reclaim the support immediately, and they slapped it, right? Slap, right? So the breakdown here was the sign, and then the retest and failed, right? But failing to break above that 74 was a bit of a big red flag. So for now, let's see what happens closer to $50, right? That's the next psychological level there. Yeah, sold BK. Sold. Okay. Yeah, Ivy, are you good to go in 15 minutes? Let me know. Okay. Sounds good? Perfect. So we'll do our one-on-one in 15 minutes then. As soon as I get off the stream, I'll go get the snack and some water, and then I'll meet you in the one-on-one voice channel. And then yeah. Yeah, so maybe it's gonna stay above $50, guys. Maybe $50 bounce. And then Lynn, yeah. Snacks. Okay, perfect. It's trying to. It's trying to. It's giving us a little baby green candle there off the bottom. Maybe that 50 was the magic level, huh? Maybe the 50 was like, okay, we're gonna take the gamble at 50. Let's see what happens. The S&P is looking pretty sus there with that sell-off again. Up, down, up, down, up, down. DP, you got in at 51.50? Yup. I know a whole bunch of you guys are gonna take gambles at 50. Right? A whole bunch of people are gonna be taking gambles at 50 with stop losses at 49.99. Right? 49.99. So I am not surprised. On sale, 49.99. 30 is justice. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I'm not surprised, right? That's how retail trades, right? We look for these psychological levels, and so let's see if we stay above $50. And if it breaks below $50, then everybody's gonna panic. At 51, Michelle, yeah, the criminals are waiting at $50. I mean, that would have been a better price to open at, huh? And then pump, right? Would have been better to open at 50 and then pump to 70. But no, we just had to open. What's your Discord? So again, we're gonna hop off and go back to Discord and continue in Discord, guys, in 5 minutes. So if you want to join us in Discord, you have to be a member on YouTube first. So click the link at the bottom of the chat there from Nightbox. Alrighty, the link is showing. It's coming. It's loading. It's loading. So click this link at the bottom of the chat there. Sign up for the level that says Legend. Once you do, then you get the link to join us in Discord. But you have to be a member first. Alrighty. So 51 to 55 almost. KZIA has halted up again. KZIA. Let me pull that thing up. KZIA. Yeah, it's a nice pop. It's done it again, right? Off the same demand zone. Same support. And then pop. Nice. At the very least, though, some of these stocks are very predictable. Yeah, George, I know you got in. You've been in a few times already, which is nice. So again, keep in mind when we hop off and go back to Discord for the new members, we go to Stock General Legend. Alrighty, but on Fridays when we leave the stream, we go to the Legend Voice, and we keep streaming in Discord on Fridays. Alrighty. So weekdays we just go back to Stock General and chat and look for ideas and blah blah blah. But on Fridays we go to the Legend Voice channel and keep streaming, and everybody yaps. Because I know some of you guys were confused. So yeah, let me know if you have any last questions, guys. Any last questions before we hop off? As Ryan, as long as it stays above $50, there might be a gamble there. If it breaks below $50, though, no, because it's just going to create more panic, just like it did at 65, right? When we broke below 65, everybody panicked and we sold up to 50. So every time we break a level like that, we sell up to a brand new level. So if it can stay above 50, there might be something there, right? Yeah. So we're back to 55, 55, 50, right? Slowly rebounding there. Here comes 56, right? Slowly rebounding again off the 50-ish area, right? Because everybody wanted to buy at 50. Ryan, yeah. Yep, we're live every day for the most part from 9 a.m. Eastern time-ish. maybe like 9:59, maybe like 9:05, maybe like 9:10. But yeah, so join us tomorrow or join us in Discord. Discord is 24/7. Ready? And there goes come on. That's not bad. DP, good job on the gamble, by the way. If you gambled up the 50, that's not too bad. Yeah, Discord is not free. No, Discord isn't free. Sammy, if you want to join us in Discord, send me a DM on Twitter. Already? If you want to join us and you're on YouTube, then just click on the join link. Free lunches in Discord, yeah. Funny how we any last questions, guys, before we hop off? So if you click on the link at the bottom, it's going to give you the legend level and what it offers, Pudo. Alrighty, so click on that link at the bottom of the chat, or just click on the dollar sign. Alrighty, in your live chat there. Yeah, if you do become a member when the stream is done, which is fine, right? Your Discord invite link is going to be in the community section on YouTube. Just click on the link; it's going to bring you to Discord. Or again, if you sign up, then just send me an email, hottradesx@gmail. It's in the description of all the videos, and it's at the top of your stream there, hottradesx@gmail. Alrighty, so you can sign up after the stream is done. You're just gonna find the link to join us in Discord somewhere else. And again, Discord is 24/7, and we cook. Alrighty, we cook as usual. So cook, Chris. Okay, Josh. What number of drinks are you on now? What number are you on? Number 88. Ah, I like it. Yeah, the markets are looking a bit sussy. Spy with the sell off there, which honestly isn't a surprise, right? The news was kind of priced in already. Kind of priced in. You had two dinner. Oh, okay, fine, 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 fine. Alrighty, guys, we're gonna leave it here for the day. I'm gonna go do some one-on-ones. Ivy, I'll be there in like 5 minutes. Don't forget to smash a like before you go. I would really appreciate that. Thank you all very much for the support. If you're new to the community, welcome. Join us again tomorrow. Alrighty, have a wonderful rest of the day. Be safe. Don't do anything crazy, please. Don't do anything too crazy. Much love, all. Sounds good, Josh. Love you too. Alrighty. Again, thank you all very much for the support. Really appreciate that. And be blessed. And we'll catch you guys later. Alrighty. Bye, Thomas. BK, bye. Luna, bye. Watch $50, Romeo. Alrighty. Bradley, bye bye. Rich, bye. Bye, Creo. Bye, bye, bye. And bye, A. Bye, guys. Bye, MJ.